is not present in the courtroom. Counsel approach, please.
Good morning, everybody. I hope everybody had a wonderful evening. I'm excited for the video, as usual. Good morning, Peacock. Just a quick reminder, I do have to leave here in about 10-15 minutes for a dentist appointment, but I will be listening on my phone and then take care of business as soon as I get back home. I wonder if the doctor will be on time today. Morning, Sam. You know, the more I thought on this last night, the more I feel like this doctor, bless her heart, really has destroyed whatever case the defense thought they had. Doesn't feel like they work together very well. Morning, Renee.
All right, before we bring the jury in, there was one thing that we should have done yesterday that we didn't, and I told Mr. Tellini we could do it at a different time, and now is that time. Mr. Tellini, did you have motions that you wanted to make?
I do, Your Honor. I would make
Go ahead.
motions for judgment of acquittal on all charges, specifically first-degree murder premeditation. There has been lack of evidence showing premeditation on behalf of the defendant.
Okay. Prosecution.
Your Honor, there's been more than enough evidence presented on premeditation as it relates to count one, specifically and most glaringly in the form of those searches that were discovered on the defendant's phone, evidencing a desire to leave the state of Colorado to seek employment and housing out of state for a one-bedroom, one-bathroom apartment in Orlando, Florida. And then obviously all of the efforts that were put forth by the defendant to then cover up the crime, showing consciousness of guilt. And so we would ask the court to deny the motion for judgment of acquittal.
All right. The standard that the court must apply at this point or at this stage in the proceedings is that the court must take the evidence in the light most favorable to the prosecution and determine whether or not there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant is guilty of the charges that have been brought against her. With respect to defense counsel's argument regarding premeditation, there are messages or indications that the defendant was conducting searches regarding a life elsewhere, essentially, jobs, places to live, perhaps even connections with singles in another area. There's also indications that the defendant may have been unhappy in her marriage, that there was a discussion about that, but nothing was necessarily reached. There was a statement by the defendant at some point in time in which she said, "I should have just left last week." All of this occurred before the death of Gannon. It's not surprising, or this would not be the first case in which someone was in an unhappy marriage and some crime was committed as a result of that. I think there is sufficient evidence upon which a jury could conclude, if it were to believe that evidence credible and give weight to that evidence, a jury could conclude beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant was guilty. Again, the court has to take the evidence at this stage of the proceeding in the light most favorable to the prosecution and must not make any credibility determinations at this point either. As such, the court believes that it is a jury issue for jurors to determine whether or not the prosecution has in fact established beyond a reasonable doubt all of the charges which it has brought. Is there anything else that we need to address? Prosecution?
No, not anything that we can think of, Judge.
Defense?
Yes. Mr. Cook is retrieving Dr. Lewis.
Okay, so she's not in the building yet?
That's my understanding.
Okay. Do we know where she is?
Gosh.
Or how far away?
They're in transit.
Okay, so probably about, like yesterday, about 5-10 minutes or so, something like that. Okay. All right. Court will be in recess then until we have Dr. Lewis.
Good grief. So if you just joined, what basically happened, the defense tried to throw out the premeditated charge. The prosecution said there was plenty of evidence, and the judge said it will be a jury issue for the prosecution to have established beyond a reasonable doubt that the charges it has brought forward. So they won't throw the premeditated charge out, and they're going to let the jury determine. And yes, Dr. Lewis is late. Good morning, Donna. I don't get why she's late again. This is really ridiculous. No doubt the judge is getting highly irritated. I found something kind of interesting in the cross-examination yesterday that I typed in my notes. And, the whole thing is whether or not she knew if it was wrong or not. And when the cross was asking her about, does she know what the legal definition of insanity in the state of Colorado is, she tried to answer it, and it was kind of a long-winded answer in which it didn't seem that she truly understood the legal definition, at least in Colorado. But in her report, she stated Leticia was psychotic at the time, and she also used the term insane. She's not even sure if Leticia knows that she did do it. So the question of whether she knows whether it was wrong is something that can be debated. And that was the doctor's words in her response to the cross-examination. However, she did say she thinks that she did murder Gannon. She just thinks it's a different alter that did so, namely Maria. I would tell defense they're done and start closing arguments. I mean, at this point. Oh, and so speaking of, Leticia was going to wait until after this doctor testified to make a determination whether she herself. I don't think the doctor helped her any. So do you think she's going to have a Hail Mary and think that she is the one that can control her situation and she's going to get on the stand? Yes, please hit the like button. Did anyone see that both witnesses for the defense were wearing red and black? I didn't notice that. I don't think Harley will be back. I think it's going to be the video testimony from Dr. Lewis. And then I really think Leticia's going to go on the stand. I just really do. But I've been wrong before, so my opinion. I don't think she's going to be able to walk away from it without doing so. Could be that too. She just wants a last time to get a dig at Landon, no doubt. Just with how she thinks she's smarter than everybody, I feel like she'll get up there because she thinks in her own head she can make the jury believe her. And, everybody around her's dumb anyway, so I think she'll do it. What do the rest of you think? Donna, Renee, what do you guys think? I think Teabag really wants to go on the stand. Maria, but I'm on the fence that she will. If only we were a betting crew, huh? That's just it, Donna. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Evil people always have to have the last word. That's why I think she'll do it. Yeah, I kind of agree about Harley. I mean, I still have my questions. Some things just seem to be common sense. But again, she's 17. How much common sense? I don't know. I just don't know. I still feel like Harley probably knew, at least in her gut, her heart, that more was going on. And maybe she just was in complete denial. I wish that they had talked to her more about her home life with her mom and how she was. That's really possible, Peacock. And I can understand that. If she was psychologically abused and physically by her mom, she very well may have been too afraid to question it. And her mom was the only person she had, really, or at least in her mind. So, kind of hard to go against that one and only person in your life, especially at such a young, vulnerable, scary age. I can see both sides. I think it's telling that Harley hasn't been in contact with her mom. You know what I mean? Like, if she was in like close contact with her mom this whole time and stuff, I would be more inclined to think she did know. The fact that she hasn't been at all, and she said, it wasn't until the body was found that she realized her mom really did do this. But actually, even at that point, she still didn't really believe it. But she's basically written her mom off. So I think that does speak volumes. And I can't imagine being in her shoes. Yeah, I was shocked as well that she hadn't talked to her mom or seen her since the day she was arrested. But that's also not true because we've heard in other testimony that there were calls between her and Leticia and Harley, right? Because they were saying that she would act one way when she talked to one person in her family, but act another. Like she would advise Harley on college and things like that. So Harley did talk to her. Maybe the answer was just that she hadn't seen her since the day she was arrested. But I don't think she's been in contact with her for quite some time. I can't believe that this doctor is now, what, almost 15. I wonder if she wanted to back out at the last minute. I wonder if that's why she went and saw Leticia over the weekend. Maybe she walked away with a different, I don't know. She just wasn't very, she was not convincing to me yesterday at all. Yeah, I don't think that she helped or planned with Harley either. The only things I really question is how did she not smell something? Um, what she think when they pulled over at the bridge? Because I still say that those pings from that van did not go back to the hotel. I very well could be wrong, but I don't think they said that they went back to the hotel. And if not, that means Harley was with her at the time. That doesn't make any Right, Renee? Just like with the Casey Anthony documentary, we had to wait for that to find out the truth, right? Oh my. Oh, this will definitely be a documentary. That's a really good question, Peacock. You should stop for ice anywhere. Donna, you think that at some point she confessed to Harley and then Harley helped to cover it up? Well, somebody set her up with money for sure because from what I remember, their bank accounts were frozen, their vehicles were taken, their phones were taken. It wasn't cheap to go cross country with a rental van and hotel rooms and new cell phones and things like that. I wish they had had her aunt on the stand. She helped her quite a bit. Also, with that Dr. Lewis yesterday, I was really surprised that, did you guys hear? She didn't speak to any of Leticia's family or friends. So she said, I believe she said that the defense attorneys gave her a list of who to contact. They were not on it, which was so telling because, like I said, if her family isn't willing to say, yeah, you know what, hindsight, she did do that. You know, she did have these um, just odd ways, you know, growing up. You know, gosh, I remember this one time. There was none of that. And if there was, the defense would have called them. And I'm sure the jury sees that part too.
1358,
That's
People
true,
versus
Peacock.
Leticia
She's
Stauch.
very,
Record
I've
should
known
reflect
women
the
that do
jury is
that.
not present in the courtroom.
You're very well, kudos.
We do have our witness on the stand, Dr. Lewis. I would just remind you, ma'am, that you're still under oath. Is there anything else that we need to take up at this point? Prosecution?
No, Your Honor.
Defense? Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Once again, their original feed is kind of blurry, so I can't get a good, clear
I'll tell you what's going on.
close-up of Leticia again today.
Just keep an eye on it. I'll try and watch and see if she.
Woo woo! It's showtime. Bring on the videos. Okay, y'all, I gotta run to my dentist appointment. I'll have my phone on me so I can listen to it and keep track of chat when I'm not driving. Peacock's here to help you out. Thank you so much, Peacock. Have an open conversation. I appreciate you guys being here. I'll chat with you in just a few.
All rise for the jury, please. Be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Has anything occurred since we were last together that causes any of you to believe you could not continue to serve as a fair and impartial juror in this case? If so, please raise your hand. No response. All right, when we took our break yesterday, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Yeah, good morning. Morning, Dr. Lewis. How are you?
Good morning.
Doing okay?
In truth, I've had food poisoning since last night, but
Oh,
we'll carry on as best we can.
I'm sorry to hear that. If you need to take a break or anything, just
If I do, I'll let you know.
okay. All right. I kind of want to talk a little bit more about dissociative identity disorder. During direct examination yesterday, you mentioned that there was some controversy with regards to that diagnosis. Could you expand on that? What is the controversy surrounding that diagnosis?
Well, the essential controversy is whether people believe it exists or not. I could give you an example of that. When I inquired of the chair of our department many years ago, did he believe that this existed? He said, I don't know, I have never seen it. And this is the kind of resistance there is to it. It's becoming more recognized, and it's in the Diagnostic and Statistical Manual now, so that it's gaining acceptance, understanding. Also, I think with the ability to photograph things and to show things, it's becoming a more well-recognized disorder. Dissociation has been long recognized. It was really described very well by Freud.
Got it. In your book, you mentioned that oftentimes people can act out multi-personality disorder or dissociative identity disorder. And there's been several movies that kind of portray that. Do you recall talking about that?
No, but I'm aware that there are movies such as, I think, Sybil and others like that where this has been done, and more recently in movies.
And the movie Sybil was based on a true life story, right?
That's correct. But I think Cornelia, very, very well respected psychiatrist, wrote about it, and it has been also made into a movie.
And the actual person that Sybil is named for actually turned out that that person was faking multi-personality disorder. Do you remember that?
I'm sorry, I'm not familiar enough with the case so that I can't comment intelligently about it.
Okay. Have you worked with any actors and helping them in their roles in movies?
No, I don't. Wait 1 moment. In their roles in dissociation?
Yes. Cape Fear, Robert De Niro?
I have assisted Robert De Niro in, I don't think it had to do with DID. I think it had to do with a different movie that he was making that where I agreed to assist them. But I don't believe it had to do with DID.
Had to do with him being a psychopath?
It had to do with his being a very dangerous guy.
And that's the movie Cape Fear, where he's a murderer and he has an urge to kill and things like that. I don't know all the details of the movie, but
Right.
Is that a fair summary of it?
I don't know. There is a better one earlier than his that is a far better Cape Fear.
The
But
original.
I did assist him in it, and he did. I did give him access to some tapes that we had of people with different kinds of disorders.
Did they include dissociative identity disorder?
Among them, there were some that did, some that didn't. Yes.
So how do you tell if someone's acting and they want you to believe that they have multi-personalities?
Well, I can tell you what I do.
Tell us, please.
Okay. What I like to do is be able to show that there were unmistakable signs of these kinds of switches, changes, different states, different abilities to function long before I was ever asked to be involved in any case. And so that is one of the best ways. I think that's the best way. It's that to my mind, if I'm teaching, I will say to students, this is as close as you get to an MRI in this field where you have something that was done. And again, I repeat, you can't retrospectively malinger. You can't write your name in a funny way or pretend to be somebody when you're 18, because when you're 35, you're planning to kill someone and you think you need a good excuse. That makes no sense. So that it's important for me and for the people with whom I work to be able to, well, identify in any number of ways whether these signs, symptoms, behaviors antedated any difficulty with the law or any current issue.
Sure. Things like family members coming in and saying, God, she didn't remember my name for long periods of time, or she blacked out and couldn't remember where she was at.
What are you referring to now? Who?
For signs of dissociative identity disorder, retroactive.
No, that
wouldn't mean anything to you?
Well, that alone, no, that's very little bit. However, if you let's say you're looking through somebody's work and you're looking through their high school notebooks, or you're looking through early pictures, early signatures, things of that nature, and that these things way antedated any problematic behaviors later on, that any legal issues. That is the kind of thing where we've found, for example, in the workbooks of children at school, where we've gone through them and we have found a different name that was used, and that was used at different times.
And so, if I could, Dr. Lewis, you're saying that the writing would be more important than an individual saying, I blacked out for long periods of times. I have no recollection of what happened, and there's no explanation.
I'm sorry.
Cell phones off, please.
I think it may be.
That's your cell phone, Dr. Lewis?
I think it might be me. I can
Okay.
assist.
All right.
Mozart.
It's very nice. Yeah, can you turn it silent?
I'm trying to find it.
Sure.
Yes. Okay. Well, okay, this should do it.
Okay.
Let's
You want me to give it to Eric?
why don't you give it to Eric?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Thank you.
Let me know when you're ready, Dr. Lewis.
And I'm sorry, I don't recall your last
I'll
question.
re-ask it. You ready?
Mhm.
So is it more important to you to look at someone's prior handwritings than evidence of someone saying they had blackout periods and couldn't remember where they were at, and they couldn't remember their loved ones' names and things like that?
Your second examples just don't ring true, because it just is not something that people tend to tell me. And you can't measure this versus that. Often there have to be several things and combinations of signs, symptoms, behaviors. What is particularly useful is whether acquaintances or family members or people who have known the person over time have said, gee, when this person was such and such an age, he or she insisted on being called this and acted differently and did different things, so that it's a piece of data. And but that in and of itself, there is no single there's no single thing that you look for, but at least in the cases where we have felt that we were dealing with the real thing, there have been multiple pieces of evidence that at earlier times, for example, I noticed in some of my notes about Leticia that someone had said when she was younger, and I forgot this yesterday, when she was younger, she asked to be called Maria. And I had forgotten that
Can
yesterday.
you point me out where you found that information?
I'd have to look through all of this, but I can later if you like. I'll find it for you. It's just a note that I took because I thought it was interesting.
But what, was it in an interview or where did you get that note?
As I say, rather than take up the time of the court and look through all of this, I will find it for you. But I just noticed it in the past maybe several hours or so. And I can find it for you because.
Well, here's the deal. I only have a X
Yes.
amount of time to talk to you.
Right, yes.
And so I can't really let this linger around because it's
Yeah.
pretty significant.
I think so, yes. Oh dear. I'm sorry, I can tell you though that I came upon it in the past maybe 12 hours or so.
Well, do you know if it's something that the defendant told you?
No, it was not. That's what was interesting, that I had completely forgotten this, but I saw that someone who had been interviewed said when she was a child, at times she asked to be called Maria. That in and of itself is not a proof of anything, but it's a confirmation if you have a lot of other things that go along with it.
Well, it's certainly not in any police reports, correct?
As far as, no, it's not police reports.
It would be in a report that the defense gave you?
Um, oh, here, again, I will be taking notes as I'm going through stuff and whatever. And here I have Leticia
Yes,
notes.
Dr.
relatives.
Lewis, Dr. Lewis,
Yes,
the way we have to do this is you need to read that to yourself and see if that refreshes your memory. And then once you've done that, I can ask you some questions, okay? Because I don't have that you have in front of you.
no. Again, these are simply what I took and labeled Leticia notes from relatives. Can't tell you exactly who, but here it says, Leticia called self Maria Sanchez as a young child. And I have a little explanation when saying retrospective malingering, because that, you don't do that. At 12, you don't call yourself Maria because later on you're expecting to do something where you're going to have to make some sort of excuse. So this is what one of her relatives had told us, that she called herself Maria Sanchez as a young child. This came as a surprise to me. I had not recalled it, but I was skimming it and there it was.
And Dr. Lewis, you've testified hundreds of times and you know that you're going to turn over your notes and everything you rely on as an expert to the prosecution, don't you?
Is that a question?
Yes, it is.
No, when
Your obligations as an expert to turn over all the information that you use in formulating your opinions, correct?
Well, when I am sitting taking notes over different things, I do not necessarily even keep everything. I jot down something that I think may be important later, and I noticed that I jotted this down.
And it's so important that you found out about it last night. You came in and decided to tell the jury about it today. Is that correct?
I came upon it last night, I believe before this morning,
And
yes.
it's so important you made an effort to put it in your report that you knew that the prosecution was going to get. Is that correct?
No, it is not. I sat when I was going over notes, trying to pull together things ages ago, and jotted that down because I thought, gee, that's odd. She had just mentioned Maria to me very recently, and somebody had said this when I wrote down L called self Maria as a young child. If I thought I was going to have to prove this particular statement to someone, I would have written down who said it or whatever. I was pulling together my thoughts at the time and going through and seeing what kinds of things seem to matter. And it is a note taken while I was going through hundreds of pages of notes. And to my surprise, this appeared. And I had no memory of having seen it before until I looked at it, skimming through it, and found it in the past, I would say, 12 hours or so.
It was until you realized you had nothing to corroborate your diagnosis that she was Maria Sanchez and you needed to come up with something. Is that right?
No, it was
Why
written.
wasn't that in your report, doctor? If it was that significant, if that's the only corroboration you have, why is it not in your report?
It is not the only corroboration that we have, sir. This is an observation as you go through hundreds of pages of notes and you see something there that you hadn't expected. And so I'll jot it down and think, gee, that's kind of interesting. But there are many other pieces of evidence that there were other times that that she apparently used other names and that she signed differently. But for example, there are notes where there are different names, but if you really study them, it turns out they were her names. They were before she was married, they were when she was married to one person, then to another. And I will write them down because what at first may look as if, gee, why is there this name? Did she use that? And then you're an idiot if you say, oh, yeah, she was in an altered state. Well, no, she was in an unmarried state or she was married to a different person. So that when I'm going through things, I'll jot something down. I happened to jot this down because I thought, how come that early? I don't think I became aware of the Maria character until I had interviewed her.
Yeah, that's when everyone became aware of it.
Well,
It's
here,
significant to you
yeah.
that family members, including her daughter, Harvey Hunt, her husband, Al Stauch, had never seen any signs or any evidence that she had different personalities.
I can't comment on that because people's ability to recognize things, the ways the ways things are asked make a difference. So I can't in general say, yes, this matters. No, it does not. This is interesting.
Well,
Somebody knows.
let me, before you go off on another tangent, let me finish my question, okay? You consider that there was no evidence by family members that she had no patients that she had disassociative.
That specifically,
Yes.
I did not think about that specifically because different personas are either recognized differently because of the sensitivity of the observer, or they don't occur in that setting and they occur in another setting.
And it doesn't help your diagnosis of dissociative identity disorder, correct? Is that why you don't consider it?
No, it's interesting that they did not notice this. It may even be one of them who said this, who said, no, I never noticed anything different. And yet, one of these people said that
I think we got what
she
your
built
note
herself
says,
up.
doctor. Okay.
Well, that that could well be one of the people who said, I never noticed she was different, but, oh, sometimes she called herself Maria. So that you're open to whatever comes your way. You try to jot down what seems important, and then you try to pull it together later. But there is no one thing that will say, oh, yes, this person suffers from DID or does not. There's a whole constellation of different things that you look at, that you consider, and no one thing that matters particularly.
Let's talk about something that matters to you that you put in your report, okay? You had Ms. Stauch drew, I forget the name of the test, where they draw the clock and they have to put the hands of the clock. What's the name of that test?
I don't know, I call it clock.
We'll call it the clock test. Is that all right with you?
Yeah.
So you had her perform the clock test and she did horrible on it.
Well, she did something that I have seen before on with like older patients who have been actually demented. And I actually consulted Dr. Marikangas about it and others because it looks as though there is some kind of a defect in the ability to see certain areas. And so that everything was crowded into one area. And I have seen this in patients with dementia, and dementia can be caused by many different injuries. So that I was surprised. The other thing that is surprising is that I didn't know quite what to make of it. I knew there was something unusual, and I had asked her again, would you do this again? And she did a much better job of it. And then I remembered I jotted down L because when she had done something with her right hand, and then I hadn't asked her to change hands at that point, but I wondered, why are these different? And one with the left hand had been done one way, and with the right hand another way, so that she functioned differently, and also she functioned differently at different times, which puzzles me. This is partly why I very much wanted to consult a neurologist, because I don't feel that I am familiar enough, skilled enough, trained enough to say this is the section of the optic area that I think is functioning differently at this time.
Did the thought ever cross your mind that she could be faking it, just wanting to have you have the opinions you have? Pretty easy, right, to mess up the hands on the clock.
She didn't mess up the hands on the clock. She created one section of it. I didn't know until relatively recently that this was typical of certain people with brain dysfunction in certain areas. No, it did not occur to me that that was faking something, because afterwards, when I said, would you repeat this? Would you do it again? That she did a better job on it. And this is still a puzzle to me. And if I had the proper consultation, I would have discussed it with neurologists and tried to figure out, because the optic pathway is a very complicated pathway in the brain. It turns upside down, it moves back and forth, and a neurologist is far better equipped to say, this is where things seem to be going wrong.
Did you know that she had performed that test before?
I did not know whether she had or had not.
You reviewed the state hospital reports, both the competency evaluation and the insanity evaluations, correct?
I'm not sure at which point, but I am not aware. I'm not aware of having seen that. That was kind of my last minute thought. Is there anything I can do that might show me any neurologic dysfunction of any sort? And so I said, oh, would you please draw a clock for me? I didn't tell her which hand. I tend to just put something down and they pick it up. And I was staggered at what I saw because it's a specific dysfunction. It isn't like trying to mess something up. It was in part of it. And then when I asked her to do it again, she did it better.
And doctor, I understand that you want the jury to hear what you have to say, but if you can just focus on my question and just answer it, okay? Did you review any prior tests that Ms. Stauch took with regards to this clock test that you've been talking about?
I don't recall seeing another clock test at that time prior to what I had done, no.
Okay, if I can just have a second. For the clock test that Dr. Torres did. Yeah, okay. You know, may I retrieve an exhibit? It's People's 736.
You may. Recall it. It's in
Where it's at.
a single sleeve, if I remember right.
Fair. She did. How about that, Dr. Lewis? We've got a couple exhibits in this case.
I also have other clocks here that I had asked her to, here are some. And I think these were done the same day. So it is a puzzle to me, and I don't pretend to, I don't pretend to be an expert on interpreting this, but
Well, let me show you.
Yeah.
Exhibit,
Yeah.
736, okay? Do you see there in the top right-hand corner,
yes,
picture of a clock?
yeah.
Are you
Yeah.
familiar with that?
I'm not, I don't recognize this as having seen this actual page before,
Okay.
but it is a clock and, what did she say? Draw a clock, 10 past, what is it? 10 past 11. Yeah, it's,
She did pretty good on that one, didn't she?
well, yeah, it's not 10 past 11 really, but it's, I have others where she did better with me. And it puzzled me that at the time I said, would do it again and do it again. And it did improve. I am puzzled by this phenomenon and I can't explain it to you, except it is unusual that that particular way of drawing it has been found in individuals with severe brain damage, actually.
Well, and we were
and-
talking about insanity, doctor. We're talking about the time of the crime, correct?
We're talking about brain function at the time of
So a test that was taken closer to the time of the crime would be more accurate as to what the brain function was happening at the time of the crime. Is that correct?
Not necessarily.
So brain functions change over time?
Yes.
Like change after you plead not guilty by reason of insanity?
And before and during. It changed there. I was with her. And when she produced this, that was kind of my last fling at seeing, is there any sign of organicity? And then afterwards, when I asked her to repeat it for me right then and there, she did a better job. And then I kind of looked and I marked that she had been using her left hand and then her right hand or vice versa. And sure, it varied right then and there. And I can't pretend to tell you exactly why. I think that with the assistance of a neurologist, we could at least have an idea of what was blocked off during part of this. And
Okay, I'm going to stop you again, doctor, because we're getting away from what the question was, okay? On direct examination, you indicated that a bookcase fell on her and she had to go to the hospital and she had a head injury as a result of that. Do you remember saying that yesterday?
I remember reading it, yes, and saying it. Yes.
And that happened close in time to the crime, before the crime.
I don't remember if it was close in time. It was a while back when she was teaching.
Colorado, correct?
I don't remember where or the date, but you would have to tell me.
It's misrepresenting the evidence. She was questioned about bookcase that fell in 2011. That's supported by the medical record.
It's up to the jury to make a determination regarding whether or not any question or representation by an attorney misrepresents the evidence. The objection's overruled.
Let me ask you this. You know that she was examined 2 days after the crime for head injuries, correct?
I'm not aware of how she was examined or by whom then right after the crime. I would have to look at it if I saw it to refresh my memory.
Would it be significant to you if you saw that?
I would have to see what it said. It depends on what it said and how it said it and what they had done. So it could be. It could be.
Well, if she was examined by a sane nurse and the sane nurse was feeling her head and examining her head for injuries, would that be significant to you and your determination that she may have a head injury?
If it were there, it could be significant. However, you don't necessarily feel on the outside what happened. If you shake something head, there are little hemorrhages that occur in the brain. You would not feel that if you examine. Now, sure, if something hits you on the head, you like to feel it because there will be a bump, but you can get a far more severe head injury by just doing that. And you can actually kill an infant, not deliberately, but by shaking the infant. And the brain goes back and forth in the cranium, and you will get little hemorrhages. And depending on where they are, you will get certain kinds of disorders in functioning. And I can't tell you exactly what they are. That's much more in the field of a neurologist. But
Hey, doctor, let me stop you again. Is it significant to you that a nurse examined the defendant 2 days after the crime and found no injuries to her head?
is it significant in what way? Meaning that there were no injuries? No.
And that's because you could speculate and say she could have had a brain tumor, she could have had hemorrhages because someone was shaking her. Is that what your opinion is?
She had other injuries previously, so that it's good if the nurse actually did this. I'm not aware. I'm not aware of anybody's having felt her head. Maybe they did. I don't know. But it's that does not tell you enough. It tells you if there's a bump, you do know that something hit the skull, the outside.
I want to talk about psychosis for a while, okay? In an insanity case, it's real common that psychosis is involved if that person is truly insane, correct?
Often, yeah.
Doctors, psychologists, psychiatrists look for evidence of psychosis at the time of the crime in making those decisions, correct?
They look at it over a spectrum, but they do certainly look at it then, and they look at a lot of other things besides psychosis. But yes, one of the things that people look at are the signs, symptoms, behaviors of psychosis. Psychosis is not one little phenomenon. There are many different kinds of psychoses and signs of it, so that you're talking about such a broad topic
I'm
that,
talking about them all. Any signs of psychosis is important when you're doing a sanity evaluation, correct?
certainly.
And a classic example of someone who is truly legally insane would be a father who kills their daughter because they're hearing voices that their daughter is the devil. Feel like they have no choice but to kill their own daughter. And so they kill their daughter. Does that sound like something that might fit legal insanity?
It's your concept of one possible type of insanity.
Well, what's your concept? Does that seem?
There are many different
Let's
concepts.
just stick to this hypothetical.
Yeah.
Does it, yes or no? Does it fit your concept of what you feel insanity?
As I've said, insanity is many, many different things, and it depends. And insanity.
Okay to agree with me, doctor.
Well, no, all that I'm saying to you is you've given one layperson's notion of what insanity is. And, you could have given another story and I would have agreed with it or whatever. Sure, it's a possibility.
Okay, I'll take the possibility.
Okay.
In that circumstances, they wouldn't know the capacity to appreciate the wrongfulness of their act because they had a psychosis that something was telling them that their daughter was the devil. Follow me?
If you believe that, yes.
How did you believe that?
In a hypothetical story, I believe that you are giving an example of something. No, I don't believe that happened, but I certainly believe it's one of your concepts of what a psychotic episode can be like. And
Well-
I'll buy that could be one. Sure thing.
I'll take that.
I'll give it.
The other, to add that hypothetical, because the individual didn't appreciate the wrongfulness of his actions, he wouldn't do anything to hide the body. He would stand there and say, I did what had to be done. Right?
According to your notion of it, not necessarily, but I will buy that this is what you believe it to be. Say, no, I'm not going to hide it because it was good. Right afterwards, a person can say, oh my God, what's happened here? I don't know what this is. I don't know what happened. There are so many permutations and combinations. I would have to say no. It's a story.
So you would find that person legally sane? Is that what you're saying?
No, that is not what I'm saying. I'm saying it takes a whole lot more to assess sanity and its definition. But no, that's a story that you made up.
Actually, I didn't make it up, unfortunately. Let me ask you another question about sanity and what you assess. Do you look at a defendant's actions, how the crime was committed, what they did before, during the commission of the crime, and what they did after the crime, and render an opinion as to insanity?
I do that not simply in terms of rendering an opinion of insanity, but it's a very important part of rendering an opinion of neurologic impairment. For example, it's extremely common to ask, particularly if you think that there has been some brain dysfunction, how about before? Before any of this happened, what were you feeling? What were you thinking? Describe that. How about during? Do you remember everything that happened then? Were you told that you did something you don't remember? And how about afterwards? How did you feel? Did you have a headache? Did you throw up? Did you, did you feel unwell? So that before, during, and after is a very, very important sequence. And you would ask it not just in terms of, quote, sanity, but in terms of neurologic impairment and how that affects brain function.
Well, you consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological development issues, don't you?
I'm sorry, say that again?
You consider anyone who commits murder to have neurological issues.
I don't recall ever saying that. Did I give you that impression?
Said it on the HBO documentary. We're saying it there.
What would you quote this? I'm not aware of.
Well, let me rephrase. Do you think anyone who commits murder has a brain injury?
No.
Do you think when you're evaluating someone for insanity and you're asking them these questions that you just talked about, what they thought before, during, and after the crime, that would be important to go back and look at the evidence to see if it's consistent with what they're saying?
Any data that you could get that that elaborates on what happened is valuable. I can't say how or what, but of course, anything. Even something where weeks before something could have happened. So that, sure, anything that that you can learn about the act before, during, after, and at any time before, during, after is important.
The night before this crime, this murder, on January 26, 2020, the defendant had a video recording of her and Gannon talking about the fire. You recall seeing that?
No.
Think that would be important to look at? What she's saying the night before the murder?
I would have to see it, sir. I can't. I need to look at it and then I'll say, yes, I think it is important or whatever. But
Okay,
I don't recall it.
Not a problem. We don't have one. We can't play it. Did you not remember looking at that as part of your evaluation?
I'm sorry, I do not recall exactly that. Also, some of what I saw was unclear and the sound was not good, so that I can't be certain of that.
Well, let me describe it to you and see what your thoughts are, okay? So she's, first of all, video recording a conversation she's having with her stepson, who's 11 years old, saying things like, it's okay, we can sell the couch, not a problem. We can sell the couch and fix it. And Gannon says, I'm just worried about my burns, and he's crying. Then she says, it's okay tomorrow, and then she shuts the video off. Okay? Remember seeing anything like that?
I'm sorry, I don't recall it, but again, much of what I saw was not clear, the sound was not good, and I am not aware of having seen that exactly. I am aware of having read that that Gannon, that she said he had little bubbles on his arm. So that's the part of that I'm assuming is the same issue. That is the part that stayed with me.
Well, what about the part of her having the ability to stop the video after Gannon says, I had burns?
I'm not sure what that would mean. What would you have me agree to?
Do you think that would be evidence that she didn't want anyone to know that Gannon had burns?
I can't say. I'm not aware of that because she did say that he had little bubbles on his arm. If she didn't want anyone to know that, I don't know why she would have said that.
Okay. 4:36 in the morning, on the morning of January 27th, 2020, she sends a text to her employer saying, I can't come in. My stepfather was just killed in an auto accident. You remember that? We talked about it on
Yeah.
a little bit. Mm-hmm. Pretty significant to you and your opinions.
Yes.
Okay. We'll get there in a second. Do you remember the rest of the text string?
The rest of the text? If you remind me, I can tell you if I remember it. I don't know what you're referring to.
Paraphrase, how's
Yeah.
that? So the boss returns, later in the morning because she's not up at 4:30. She says, just let us know what we can do for you. Let me know when you can come in, words to that effect.
Yeah.
And then the defendant texts back and says, I can't believe you can be so inconsiderate. I had a family member just die.
Objection, misstating the text.
I'm paraphrasing.
Overruled.
Remember seeing anything like that?
I remember reading about what to me seemed lackey if you want, you can call it psychotic, but that made no sense. This man was dead, I think, for 8 years. And to call in and say, she clearly was not thinking clearly or cogently or accurately. And it was one of these ridiculous kinds of excuses that a person of her intellect would not be expected to volunteer. There's you'd almost say a stupidity about it, but she's isn't stupid. There's something
let me
wrong
stop you, doctor.
with how she's describing this.
Could it be that you just didn't want to go to work that day? Could that just be out of the realm of possibility?
Unlikely, but possible.
And she had other things to do that day? She didn't want to go to work?
I think it's unlikely.
And you also know that her stepfather actually died in 2004, correct?
I know he died for 8 years, I believe, prior to this.
Well, let's do the math.
I'll go by your math. Okay.
Okay. She was also able to call in to Gannon School and say Gannon's not going to be coming into school that day either. You seen that?
Absolutely.
Nothing psychotic about that.
At the time that I read that, became aware of it, I was puzzled because I thought, gee, then he must have been dead then. Why is she calling in? And it really did not make a lot of sense to me to be calling in. One person who died 8 years ago was having a funeral that day, and Gannon couldn't go to school, but I learned subsequently that he is reportedly dead a lot later than that, so that it's a puzzle why she called in to say he couldn't come in.
It had nothing to do with maybe planning and what she's going to be doing.
I don't know. It could have had to do with planning.
Okay. And then you know that she also sent a text to her husband, Al Stauch, saying, hey, I'll let school know that Gannon's not coming in today. Said he had some stomach issues the day before. For that one?
No.
The stepfather, you said that was psychotic or evidence of psychosis.
I don't know what you're referring to, sir. Could
The fact
you?
that she calls into school and saying my stepfather just died.
I think it's peculiar. It's bizarre. I'm not sure what that was all about, what she was thinking, why she did that. It doesn't make sense. It's a bit of a leap to call it psychosis right now, but it doesn't make sense. It doesn't make logical sense.
Does it make sense that she may circle back to that at a time where she wants people to feel that she's mentally ill, blame it on her stepfather because it's on record that she's already talked about her stepfather dying? Does that make sense at all to you?
Doesn't make sense to me, no.
And then the morning of the 27th at approximately 8:14 a.m. and then again at 8:16 a.m., she takes pictures of Gannon in bed and sends them to her husband, Al Stauch. Do you remember seeing that?
I don't recall seeing. No.
Not unusual behavior.
I beg your pardon.
Is that unusual behavior? Taking a picture of a child sleeping in his bed?
It's behavior. I don't know what kind of behavior.
Do you think she might have been taking pictures to show that Gannon was still alive that morning?
She might have been.
And then you talk about it with her in the interview, and you know from reading the police reports that her and Gannon leave the house about 10:20 in the morning. Remember that part?
Yeah, in parts. Yeah.
And they take Al Stauch's red Nissan truck. Remember that?
I don't recall it was a red Nissan truck, but I recall it was a truck that, actually, I thought it was her truck, could have been his.
And you can actually see Gannon walking to the back left passenger side, rear left door of the truck and get in. Remember seeing that video?
I don't recall seeing it, but, I may have read other people saw it. I just don't have a clear memory of that particular film.
Now, in the video, you can see the clothing that Gannon's wearing. See sweats with a white stripe going down them. You remember seeing that?
As I told you, I don't remember seeing that particular thing, but again, the equipment I had was not clear, and there was no one there with me to say, this is what we're seeing now, so that, but I don't question this, that there was that there's, it's peculiar that here he is walking around, and if I understand correctly, she had already called the school and said that he could not come in. Is that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. He's
Yeah.
homesick. She's home because she's telling people that her stepfather died, and they decided to go shopping. Playing hooky.
Oh, was that
Maybe.
buying cat toys? Was it? I forget, something like that.
Needless to say, Gannon's wearing the same clothes that he was found in under a bridge on March 17th, 2020. They leave that morning.
I believe you.
Now, at the time that she drives that truck around and goes to Petco, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know. That's a leap where, if you can't talk to the person and you don't see more, I don't know.
You talked to her. Did you ask her that?
I don't recall asking specifically, did you know right from wrong at this point? I don't know, and I don't know the answer to that.
Would it be a stretch to say she did know right from wrong? The fact that she was able to go to Petco, run errands, and come back later that afternoon with no tickets, no accidents?
That she knew right from wrong then?
Sure.
I don't know. I would think, having called into school and having said that this child can't come in, and then taking him on a field trip to Petco, that she really did not have a good idea of what she was doing or why she was doing it. And I'm not sure that the idea of right from wrong is applicable to this just particular episode. It's wacky, but it's.
Is she legally insane at the time she's driving to Petco again?
I don't know. I think you would have to, I would have to know a whole lot more.
If you don't know a lot more, can you come in here and say that she was legally insane based on her driving to Petco again that day?
I can't say because I don't know enough about it.
They get back about 2:20 p.m. and there's video of them coming back. Do you remember seeing that?
Again, I remember knowing about it. What I saw and what I remember reading, I can't distinguish the two, but I do recall that I believe it was at 2 that there was a return.
And we see a leg drop on the right rear passenger door right about the time that the driver's door opened. Do you remember seeing that?
No.
Well, she tells you that they both come home together, right? When she's talking to you.
I'll buy that. Sure.
Do you not remember that?
Again, I don't remember word for word when she told me these things. And also, since I read other people's accounts of them, I can't tell you exactly where a piece of information came from.
Anything about the video about them coming back at 2:20 p.m. that would lead you to believe that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong?
It's a tough one to say right from wrong versus that she didn't know what on earth she was doing. And
I'm just asking if she had the capacity, if she was able to know right from wrong.
I don't know that.
You know from the video that they sit in the truck for approximately 30 seconds as the truck is there before the doors open?
No,
Is it unconceivable that they might have been talking to each other
no, or not,
or arguing with each other?
or not.
The autopsy report. You've read that, right?
Right.
The autopsy report tells you a lot about how the killing took place, does it not?
I think so.
And the autopsy report tells you that there was at least 18 cut wounds and stab wounds,
Right.
and a lot of those were defensive wounds on Gannon.
Some, yeah. Some on his hands.
He was fighting back, right?
As far as we know, yes.
Is there indication that whoever did that had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
I don't know. I would think so. I would think so.
Just based on the stab wounds alone, right?
Well, it certainly had that quality of, as I thought about it, whether there was an automatic quality to it, which is partly why I wanted certain neurologic tests done, because there was a repetition, as I recall. But there were signs on his hands of cut marks. So
And
there
fighting back, right?
looks that way to me.
And the location of the stab wounds, three in the chest, one in the head, several in the back and arms that we already kind of talked about. Does that indicate to you that whoever did this had the capacity to form the intent to kill?
That's a stretch for me, because when individuals keep doing this kind of act over and over and over again, it can be an attempt to kill, but it can also be a repetitious kind of automatic act. And not having been there, and I don't know what the state of mind was, whether there was a kind of an automatic going about this, or whether there was a real, gee, I haven't killed him now, I'd like to kill him.
Well,
That I don't know.
Let me have you take off your psychiatrist hat for just a second and just use good old common sense. Based on the stab wounds alone, whoever commit this crime had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I cannot answer that for the reason that I've just told you, that I don't know whether the person was automatically doing something which, with certain types of complex partial seizures, occur, where a person just keeps, they may do something not at all violent. They may button and unbutton their coat. They may turn a light on and off and just keep doing it. And they may just keep doing that. Or they may say, not dead yet, I want to kill them. So that I don't know for sure what was going on in the head of the person doing this.
Okay,
I can
well,
only
let's
say there are at least two possibilities.
let's move on from the stab wound.
Yeah.
The fact that there was blunt force trauma, i.e., some sort of object was used, caused 4 head injuries, one of which crushing Gannon's skull, causing skull fractures.
Right.
The fact that another instrument was retrieved and used lead to the opinion that whoever did this had the capacity to form judgment and reflection, and also had the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I think you could interpret it that way, or you could say the person felt threatened, felt endangered. By the way, I did not understand where that came from, or how, with all of those stab wounds, where this item came from. Perhaps I missed something in the report. But
well, let me stop you right there, because in your report, you said you thought it may have been a baseball bat. Remember writing that in your report?
I'm sorry, I don't recall that. But it could have been a fear that the person himself or herself was being threatened, and that the wish was to get rid of this threatening, murderous object. I don't know what was going through her head.
What about the blunt force injuries to her Gannon's head, the four themselves?
I'm sorry, I don't have a good understanding of the object or of that particular aspect of the injury. So
Why does the object
Puzzled.
matter?
I don't know. I would have to know.
The point is, they decided to move from a knife and go to another object, continue on with the killing, correct?
I'm not correct. I don't know what came first or what came second. And I'm not sure how when you're stabbing someone, you get around to hit them on the back of the head. It puzzled me, and I still don't know what was going on at the time or in the person's head. For all you know, the person could have felt threatened and felt that something was of danger to her. I don't know what was going through her head at the time.
Well, there's an 11-year-old boy who has 18 stab wounds lying in his bed.
Right.
And then she takes an object and crushes his skull. Does that indicate that he's fighting back at that point?
I'm sorry, I don't know enough about the.
Did you look at the crime scene pictures?
I looked particularly at the autopsy. I remember I'm not as clear of the crime scene pictures, except for the spatters of blood and this sort of thing. But I don't know what was going through her mind when this was happening. Was she defending herself? Was she attempting to kill him? The puzzle is all other data say that she loved him and that he loved her. And
Loved him quite a bit, didn't she? The next thing she does is she gets another object, gun. The fact that she gets a gun, does that tell you she has the capacity to use and reflection? It's the capacity to form the intent to kill.
I don't know, sir. When I spoke with her, her memory was I could see a gun in my hand, and I do not know what was going through her head or why there was a gun or why she shot this. It would be a leap for me to speculate on this. It is not clear that she simply wanted to kill this. This is a child she loved. As if we believe what other people said, she loved Gannon, so that
And so I just want to make sure I'm
I don't
understanding.
know that she wished to kill him. I don't know that it was even he that she wished to kill. Clearly, she did kill him, but we don't know whether at the time she saw Gannon and she was trying to kill Gannon. We don't know.
So her actions mean nothing to you with regards
I think
to.
that's a leap. Her actions mean nothing to me. No.
Well, everything's a leap to you. I just want to know what that means to you. The fact that she used 3 separate instruments to kill Gannon. Did she have the ability to make decisions when she did that?
And what I'm saying is I can't be certain what was going on in her head because I pondered it and I thought, what on earth? How did she get this, whatever the blunt instrument was? When did it happen? And then when I think more than one person said that she loved this child, so that it certainly made me wonder whether she was misperceiving something there. And
Well, then let's go forward then, because what does she do after she does all that? She drags his body to the storage room and stuffs it in a large green suitcase. She had the capacity to know right from wrong when she did that.
it would certainly seem she knew that this was something that should not have happened.
And does that corroborate the actual killing, that she had the capacity to form an intent to kill, the capacity to use judgment and reflection, the fact that she immediately stuffs his body in a suitcase afterwards?
I don't know for sure.
What about cleaning up the crime scene? After she stuffs his body in a suitcase, she goes back to the room and cleans all the blood off the wall. Not all of it. Does she have the capacity to know right from wrong when she's cleaning Gannon's bedroom?
She certainly believes that other people will believe that she had done something horrendous or something terrible had happened. That's, I guess, as far as I can go right now.
Now, she then goes back to the storage room and throws a bunch of boxes on a green suitcase in the storage room. You seen pictures of that?
Again, I've seen a lot, so that I don't recall those particular pictures.
And then the police come about 10:09 that evening, January 27th, and they search the entire house. And her demeanor is calm, cool, and collected. And went to some friend's house, didn't come. Makes those statements with her demeanor like that. Is that evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't think that's evidence that she knew right from wrong. We don't even know whether she knew what she had done. I don't think that that's evidence she knew right from wrong.
What about, is it evidence of psychosis?
It certainly
Someone's
sounds out of
psychotic.
touch with reality.
When someone's in a psychotic state, it's pretty obvious, right?
No,
Looking around.
wrong. No, sorry. That's television. No.
Okay. So someone in a psychotic state can act normal and have a normal conversation with a police officer when their stepson is in the storage room underneath a bunch of boxes in a suitcase?
Particularly if the person does not know that she has done that, or that this is what the status is. That, you know, we don't know what, but there's something really odd about being in that a very calm sort of state. Here she has reportedly murdered a child she loved. This makes no sense. This is psychotic. Did she kill that boy? Did she think she'd killed him? Was it that boy? Did she remember what had happened?
Well, let's talk about the next day then, if she remembers. Because the next day at 6:20 in the morning, she drives her Tiguan out of the garage and is gone for 10 minutes and it comes back. Remember that?
I don't remember that specifically here.
And then later that morning at 8:30, she goes to pick up Al, her husband, at the airport. Remember that?
Yes.
Young, could you find a reasonable breaking point in the next 5 minutes or so?
Sure, I can. Yeah. When she leaves at 6:22 a.m., I think she might be looking to see if anybody's watching.
That's a speculation. I don't know.
Because when she leaves at 8:30, do you know who's in the car with her?
I'm assuming that that the body is in the car. Is that what you're referring to?
Absolutely. Body that you just said that she may have forgot about. She didn't remember killing and putting in the suitcase, hiding him in the storage room. That body.
Yes.
Gets the body out of the storage room, takes it upstairs, puts it in the back of the Tiguan, drives to the airport. Sound familiar?
Is that a question?
Yeah. At the time she does that, does she have the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't know, because it is approximately then when she thinks that, at least what she says to some people is, she thinks that she can bring this body back to life. And she says that she brings him or tries to get him a hamburger. That ought to do it. And then I believe she even tries to get him ice cream. This is psychotic thinking.
No, that's what she's saying. What actually happened is she drove directly to the airport, parked the Tiguan, left Gannon's body in the back of the Tiguan, rented another car, and now her went home. That's what happened. What she's saying is psychotic because she wants you to think it's psychotic, correct?
I can't say that's correct. I can say you believe that's correct.
Okay. You know, this is a good time to stop.
All right. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our morning recess. If I can have everyone back in the jury room and say we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And we will see you back at 10:40. All rise for the jury, please. Yeah. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 10:40.
All rise.
Okay, before we start back into the case, there's two things that I need to address that have come to my attention. One is I've issued general orders regarding usage of cell phones, video cameras, all of that stuff. What we have provided for the general public is that they can capture what is being broadcast as a webinar. They can rebroadcast that, and that's fine. Everyone here needs to understand, everyone in this courtroom is prohibited at any point in time from audio or video recording any part of this proceeding in the courtroom. Don't have your phones out. There's not a reason for it. There are press that are here that may be part of pool press. They may be part of some other commercial entity for press, and that's fine. But even they are not recording any part of this proceeding. If that happens, it could be, number one, your phone gets confiscated. It could be, number two, you face direct contempt proceedings with me. Don't do it. Second issue is, I know that we have some people from out of town. I know that we have some people from out of state. And I know that perhaps they're not familiar with the laws in the state of Colorado or the etiquette and procedures for this courtroom and this building. This entire building, the El Paso County Combined Courts, in its entirety, is a non-smoking facility. Also understand, we have cameras everywhere in the building. So when you leave this courtroom and you go down a hallway, and then you go into a stairwell, and you're smoking, we know who it is. Especially if you've been warned about it before and you go down to another stairwell and smoke. I want to be very clear. There is no smoking of either tobacco or marijuana products anywhere in the courthouse at any point in time. Anybody who is here that I learn continues to do that, I may bar from the courthouse pending the outcome of this trial. So, two things: no phones, no smoking. Let me ask, anybody in the gallery have any questions about that? Raise your hand. No response. All right. I'll take that as everybody that's in the courtroom understands my message clearly, and I don't have to take any further action regarding it. Is there anything else that we need to take up outside the presence of the jury? Prosecution?
No.
Defense?
No, sir.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury back in. All rise for the jury, please. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of cross-examination. That's where we will resume.
Thanks, Judge. Dr. Lewis, we left off with the Tiguan being at the airport. You recall that this morning? Now, the fact that she moves the body from the storage room to the Tiguan and then to the airport, is that an indication that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
I don't feel qualified to say, to conclude that she certainly had the capacity to move it from one place to another for one reason or another. And certainly it would seem to be for keeping it a secret of some sort. Whether or not she thought this was right or wrong, I just can't speculate.
Well, she knew that Al was coming home because she was picking him up. Correct?
As far as I know, yes.
And she knew that she had to move the body before Al got home, correct?
Perhaps. The body was hidden, so it could have been hidden somewhere else, yeah.
And she knew she had to rent another vehicle because Gannon's body was in her Tiguan, correct?
I know she rented another one and it was in the T1, yes.
She thought this out, right?
Yes,
Rational thinking?
that's a leap. Thinking, yes.
Okay. Is she psychotic when she's making these decisions to rent a car and leave the body in the Tiguan at the airport?
Again, speculation. I don't know.
We're now into January 28th, 2020. Al and her go home in the rental car, the Kia. Do you remember reading about that?
Yes.
And then about 4 p.m. that day, she leaves in the rental car and goes back to the airport. Do you remember seeing that?
Reading about it, perhaps, yeah.
Is it inconceivable that she's going back to check on the Tiguan to make sure no one's disturbed it?
Any speculation is possible.
Is that rational thinking under the circumstances?
Don't know.
If the body's in your car, you want to make sure no one's messed with it?
Body's in your car, you might want to avoid going anywhere near that car so that you're not involved with it. So that I think it would be speculating to say this is why or that's why. We don't know why.
That's fair. But we do know that she goes back to the airport once again on the 28th at 7 p.m. Correct? You remember that?
I believe you. I'm sorry, I don't remember the numbers or the times, but certainly seems likely.
She leaves the white rental car, the Kia, in short-term parking, keeps the keys to that car, and leaves the airport in the Tiguan. Is that rational thought processes under the circumstances?
I have no idea why she's doing that. I can't say it's rational, irrational. She did it. It would be speculation without finding out more.
Well, is it evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong, collecting Gannon's body that way?
No.
She takes the Tiguan and leaves, puts her phone on airplane mode, and drives for several hours. And we're mapping her on our Life 360 app. Do you remember seeing that?
No, I recall becoming aware of it in one way or another, seeing or reading about it. Go ahead.
And as she's doing this, she's texting her daughter, Harley, don't open the door. Don't talk to the police. That kind of thing. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it suggests that she has the capacity to know that that she could be in great trouble if this were not hidden. Right from wrong is such an abstract it's hard to comment on that.
Certainly, if she would have stayed with Gannon's body in his bedroom, that might be some good evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong. Didn't think it was wrong to kill him, right?
Again, that's one interpretation.
And of course, that didn't happen here, correct?
That she stayed with him?
Right.
She did not stay with him.
Because what she does is she eventually drives her Tiguan up to Palmer Lake, which is a small town north of Colorado Springs. If you're not familiar with it. She finds an isolated spot, drop the suitcase off on the side of the road. That evidence that she had the capacity to know right from wrong and trying to hide the body again.
Again, she had the capacity to know that she needed to hide the body. I don't know. I can't move on to yes, she knew right from wrong. That again, it's an abstraction, and I can't comment on knowing right from wrong simply from that.
Is that evidence that she's suffering some kind of psychosis? The fact that she goes to an isolated spot to hide the body?
Maybe. Don't know.
Is it also evidence that she may not be suffering from psychosis? The fact that she knows to go to an isolated spot and hide the body?
Maybe.
During this whole time, she's texting with Harley and still controlling what Harley's actions are. Do you remember seeing that?
You would have to remind me.
She's multitasking. She's kind of controlling what's happening at her house as well as getting rid of the body.
I'm sorry, I have not juxtaposed that, but if you clarify what she was saying to Harley, perhaps I can say something.
But don't talk to the cops. Don't talk to the police, that kind of stuff. Don't let them in the house. You consider that to be a form of manipulation?
Certainly a form of trying to control what happens.
Around midnight, between the 28th and the 29th of January 2020, she meets Harley close to Harley's place of employment. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but
and she leaves her Tiguan there. Harley then takes her back home in her car. The fact that she's thinking about leaving the Tiguan somewhere other than her own home, is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong?
Again, it shows the capacity to know what will be regarded as incriminating or not in her best interest. Again, right from wrong is abstract, and I hesitate to comment on that specifically.
Well, I'll ask you this then. Did she know the fact that if there was blood in that Tiguan, it might be incriminating to her?
I would think so, yes.
The next morning, her daughter Harley gives her a ride back to the airport where she takes the keys that she still has for the rental car, the Kia, that she left in the short-term parking the day before. And she tosses the keys to an Avis representative out on the sidewalk at the airport. That evidence that she has the capacity to hide the fact that she is no longer in that rental car and was in the Tiguan the night.
I don't know.
Her daughter Harley then gives her a ride back to where her Tiguan is, where it was at all night by her place of employment. Massage Envy, you didn't know. Okay. And she then is talking to detectives at the El Paso County Sheriff's Office saying, I'm on my way. I want to come down and interview with you. Remember that evidence?
Again, probably read it, but I don't specifically remember that, but I'll certainly believe you.
And she drives the Tiguan to the sheriff's office, which is right across the street from the courthouse. And on her way, she stops and washes the Tiguan. Ever reading about that?
Not specifically, but again, certainly I could have it. I just don't remember specific.
At that point, does she have the capacity to destroy incriminating evidence by washing the Tiguan?
Yes.
When she gets to the sheriff's office, she's interviewed. And this is what the story that you alluded to yesterday about Eduardo and the rape happening. You remember that story?
That I remember.
Jury probably remembers it too. We're not going to get into the whole interview, but I do want to talk about a couple things that she says in that interview, okay? In that interview, she alludes to the fact that Eduardo took a suitcase. Remember that portion of the interview?
You'd have to continue on.
Weird, isn't it? You're describing being raped, your stepson's kidnapped, and by the way, the kidnapper took a suitcase.
It's wacky. It is
Crazy, isn't it?
Yeah, it's crazy.
Do you think it might be an indication that she knew that Gannon's body was in a suitcase out in Palmer Lake at that time? And if someone was to find the body, she had an explanation as to how the body got there?
Could be.
Pretty rational thinking, isn't it, under the circumstances?
I don't think much of what she was thinking was rational, sir. So that, again, that's a
What about smart? Was that smart to tell the officers that?
Again, that's a judgment call. The whole thing is so convoluted and wacky that to call it smart doesn't quite hit the mark.
The other crazy thing that she says is, after he raped me and kidnapped Gannon, he just leaves the gun at the house and then leaves.
Yeah, that's great. That is crazy.
Yeah. But is it really crazy? Because she knows the gun is still in the house, and that's the gun that she used, and she has to have an explanation on why that gun was used.
I don't know if it was really crazy. It sounds crazy to me.
Or really smart, right?
Not to me, but
Setting up the story.
again, you're thinking more logically, I think, than we can give her credit for through much of this. But I find crazy what you find logical.
It's crazy when people kill their kids.
It's crazy when you say Eduardo comes and rapes her and takes off Gannon. It's the whole concept is crazy. It if a little bit of it is seems logical that a gun was here or there, the whole story of Eduardo is crazy.
Yeah, that's why she changed it later on and came up with Quincy Brown and some other stories, right?
I don't know why. Because she realized it was crazy and then changed it.
Yeah.
Less crazy?
People who are pathological liars, when they lie, they tend to have small crumbles of the truth in it, and they have no problem changing that lie to something else. Isn't that true?
This is what your understanding is of a pathological liar. I can't, I can't ascribe to that or not. This is what you believe.
What do you believe? You've interviewed hundreds of people on death row. Have you ever come across any of those individuals who may have not been honest with you?
Oh, yes, from time to time, sure.
That may have been, have antisocial personality disorder?
May have.
Where they're manipulators, they're pathological liars, they have no sympathy.
This is a bit of a fantasy, and
I don't know what's a fantasy about. I'm just asking you, have you ever come across anybody like that?
exactly like that, I would say no.
Never come across anyone with antisocial personality disorders?
Certainly, I've come across many people who have been so diagnosed.
And those are some of the criteria of antisocial personality disorder, are they not?
There are some of them.
Jump forward to January 31st, 2020, okay? Her family now has come to Colorado. Her aunt has rented a Nissan Altima from Denver and drove it down to Colorado Springs. Remember reading about that?
No.
Nothing crazy about that, right?
Don't know the ultimate, but
That Altima, at some point on January 31st, a tracking device is placed on it, a GPS tracking device. You remember reading about that?
yes, I think so. Yeah.
And then her family, including her daughter, her brother, indicate that Ms. Stauch disappears for 2 hours that afternoon, January 31st, 2020, in the Nissan Altima. Remember where she goes?
You'd have to remind me. No.
She goes right back to that same spot in Palmer Lake where the body is. Is that evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she goes back to collect Gannon's body?
And that's evidence of stupidity. If you want to cover up something that you've done, you don't drive back to the body. You just don't do that.
But she did.
Yeah, it's not too smart and not too well thought out, but she did it.
Is it not conceivable that I didn't hide the body good enough to go get it? I'm driving to Florida, be better off in the Gulf of Mexico than where it was at. Is that inconceivable?
You've just conceived it so that clearly you've thought about it. I don't think it's the smartest thing to do or the best way to hide your implication in a death, to drive back to where the body has been placed. Not smart.
Probably a panicky thing to do, right? Criminals aren't the smartest
Not
people.
necessarily panicky. Not smart.
And we know what happens after that, right? She rents a van, and her and Harley take Gannon's body in the back of that van and drive to Pensacola, Florida. Surely you know about that.
This is when she drives with her
Right.
daughter.
That's something you remember from reading in the police reports?
From perhaps numerous sources.
Along the way, Ms. Stauch is able to rent hotel rooms. She's able to deceive the people at the hotel. So she works for the Ford Motor Company. We only need one room, one person, no pets, no one else. Remember reading about that?
Not specifically.
The whole trip to Florida, do you see any evidence of psychosis or any evidence that she didn't have the capacity to know right from wrong during that trip?
I have to say, I see neither the capacity nor a lack of capacity there. It's to my mind, it's incredibly peculiar behavior to drive that distance with a body and the body of a child that you allegedly loved in the back of your car. There is.
I'm glad you used the word allegedly there, because you're familiar with a search that she did on her phone that was later deleted by her that says, "I don't like my stepson." Remember that search?
I'm aware of the statement, "I don't like my stepson."
Kind of contradicts what you've been saying though.
Once. I think I only became aware of that once, but it could have happened again. I don't know.
So she takes Gannon's body and dumps it over a bridge in Pensacola. That evidence that she has the capacity to know right from wrong when she once again is hiding Gannon's body.
Again, I don't know if that shows she knows right from wrong.
And then his body was discovered on March 17, 2020 by a Macon ponder. Do you remember reading about that?
I remember reading that it was found.
A bridge inspector who inspects that bridge every 2 years just happened to be there on March 17, 2020, and he finds the suitcase.
Okay. Yeah.
If that suitcase is never found, do you think we'd be here today on an insanity case?
I can't answer that. Of course,
Skepticism, right, that we talked about yesterday?
of course.
And so with that, Your Honor, and some of these clips are shorter than others. I know you may be more comfortable sitting there, but if you want to get in your wheelchair and go somewhere else, we can do that.
Wherever I could see it more clearly, because I have not seen it as clearly or heard it as clearly as I would like. If there's a better spot, that would be
There's a
good.
TV right behind you, and then the other TV's here, so you can work out whatever you want to do, Doctor. I mean,
Let me figure it out.
you tell me, and then
Yeah.
we'll start when you're ready. We're gonna go.
I wonder, can we move this back a little and can we see, can I hear this clearly?
You're gonna be able to, you're gonna be able to hear it clearly. We could also get you in a wheelchair and put you right here, so that would be easier.
Well, why don't we try it? If it isn't clear, we can pause and go.
Yeah, let's.
Yeah.
Well, here's the deal, Doctor. I'm gonna ask you some questions after the clips, okay? And so this one's, I think, only about 5 minutes long. I'm gonna try from sitting there and see how it works out, and then we can go to plan B if we have to.
Well, yeah, we certainly could. What I would like to do is grab a pad or something so that if something strikes me that I see, I can jot it down and recall it.
No problem.
And I can
Do
do
we
it
have
for
a
you,
pad or
Mr.
something?
Delaney,
Yeah.
while you're, when you come back. It's okay. When you come back, if you hit both of the green buttons so the perimeter lights are out, it may help her see a little bit better.
Okay. That?
Yeah, and the other one. Yep. There you go.
And so for the record, we're going to start with People's Exhibit 729, which is an interview that took place on November 15th, 2022 in the morning time. And before we hit play, Doctor, we have a freeze frame here of the video. Obviously,
Of the what?
it's just the video is paused so we
Yeah.
can see the image. Do you see Miss Stauch there in the center of the video?
Yes.
Who are the other two people behind her?
I see Caitlin and I see the foot. I assume it is of Josh. Is that, I'm not sure. Is it?
Mr. Tlaney?
Yes.
Now, are you seated where Miss Stauch is looking right now?
I think that you can see, I'm not positive. I think those are probably my papers. And so I would have been seated across from her, looking at her and where they could have been in my peripheral vision.
So we're going to start the video at 11 minutes and 5 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 15 minutes and 41 seconds.
Can I try to fix this seat so that I can see what's going on?
It doesn't move. You'd have to adjust your.
I'm just trying to turn it.
Oh, okay. It will turn all the way around. There you go.
Okay, we're going to hit play then.
What you call it?
Well, I'm not necessarily calling names, but like, I'll like to stay when you talk to, like, what do you call them? So I can call them the same. No, I mean, for example, the district meeting or I call Josh. You call Josh. Yeah. Do all of you? Yeah. 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 Or sometimes, like Maria called me. And then the bed. No, like Maria sometimes calls them Betty. She is called them B-A-D-J. Like that would be like, it's like Spanish for asshole, but that's all she gets mad at. But they know it's asshole. Yeah. But really? Well, he's not really an asshole, but no, I see. Yeah, as far as no, no, that's but I know Spanish, well, she does. Well, I mean, yeah, basic, but if you probably remember, she knows Spanish. Who knows? Maria does. Maria knows yeah. That's in any other language. No. I know that my friend said she's taught Russian to her.
but, granted the city for. I don't, and you're not aware of any Russian kind of aspect of you.
I know I've been to like a lot of countries and ended up there and I've had to adapt to them and I know that I'm able to talk to people there.
More stuff, I sort of live by what they're telling you. I'm big John, yeah.
I've been to all the islands, all the Caribbean islands.
Yeah.
And I've been to Dubai.
So I need to sit back further and just, it's too hard to see her from here. Can we move perhaps I can just move the wheelchair over there and look
Sure.
up here.
I can help
Okay.
you out. We paused it at 13:11.
Let's see what,
See what we can do here.
yeah. And if we just move that around there, maybe,
Yeah, let's see what we can do.
yeah, okay.
You want to sit back?
Let me see if I can see and hear, this looks a whole lot better.
That looks better.
Yeah, let's see.
Okay.
How's that?
Yes.
I think, however, I think this is better.
Okay, that's fine. You'll just need to, if you're going to be asked any questions or give any answers from there, you'll just need to speak up so everybody can hear you because the microphone's not there and there are jurors behind you.
And it may be easier, like when there's a question, then I'll just
Okay.
turn her that
We
way.
can do
That's
that.
okay with Mr. Young?
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay.
Hey, we'll go ahead and resume the video at 13:11.
What the date of this, just so I have.
Sure, it's November 15th, 2022 in the morning. Okay, here we go.
She's a princess. She went to Dubai. She's a princess. She went to Dubai.
Is she's not part of you, or
She is.
and so jazz that what part of you is that?
She's risky. Like she does a lot of bad stuff. Like she's very risky.
What do you call
Like risky.
Uh,
Yeah. Like I'm gonna say it. Like get me in trouble.
Yeah.
Can't go out, party a lot.
Yeah.
I'm not a partier.
You're not a part of it. So I was just.
So like what happened is something really happens where they're like really stressed out. I can be at like work and be okay and something stressful will happen and then I'll just end up right somewhere.
End up on the plane. Do you know how you got to the plane?
It's like my body goes through the motions. Like obviously I gotta get a passport, buy a ticket, but like, I don't really remember doing all of it.
You don't remember at all.
I know it sounds crazy, but,
No, it doesn't.
but like okay, so like if you see my credit card's by me, and you're like, oh okay, obviously she did it because obviously it's under my name. It's easy to and my body's got to know that's whose credit card you got funds to be able to pay for it. But then at the same time, like I won't know I've done it until I'm on the plane. I'm like, oh okay, I'm going to this place or I'm going to that place.
Find yourself somewhere. Not even really.
I did it a lot. Even simple tests. We just drinking wine, like, oh, I didn't remember when it's wine bottle. Simple things like that, all the way up until being in another country. I did that a lot where my daughter's even texting me, like, Mom, it says you're in the middle of the ocean. I'm like, oh, I am.
Because, and where,
One time I was in Jamaica.
so you were there, fine.
No, I got a plane to go to Jamaica, but I was also at work that party and let me in the night.
Well, so maybe Josh can work it out.
Hey, Okay, we stopped it at 15:44. Okay. So I'm more than happy to help out.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I did not get all of her words there, so.
If the question I ask you, if you want to have us replay something, we can do that, okay?
Or perhaps if someone could reread it and,
I'll do my best to paraphrase. How's that?
Great.
Okay? In the beginning, you asked the question about how she refers to her attorney, Josh. You remember asking that? The question you ask is, do all of you call him Josh? Do you remember asking that question? Why did you ask it that way?
I think it's something fantasy that where she had talked about other, and that was, I did not make that up myself, that it came from other entities of some sort. I don't recall the earlier part, but knowing myself, I know I wouldn't introduce it, it would have been something.
And I guess, yeah, can the jury hear okay, Your Honor? I just want to make sure.
Looks like it.
Okay, great.
We're getting thumbs up. It's all good.
She talked about Maria having a jail call and speaking Russian. Remember that?
There was something there about the Russian, yeah.
Did you ever see a jail call where the defendant was speaking Russian?
I don't recall a jail call, so I didn't.
That would be something important to you, would it not? If she's saying that, and then lo and behold, there is a jail call where she's speaking Russian, that could corroborate what she's saying, right?
Well, it could. I have to see it kind of in a bigger picture because I remember different things. It had, in retrospect, it has special meaning because much later, I believe, in my interview, she starts to speak in what sounds like a Russian accent.
And Dr. Lewis, we're going to play that.
Well,
We're gonna-
this is the first time I'm aware that I did not recall that she had mentioned the Russian. It's some kind of entity that sounds like.
And we'll talk about that more when we get that portion of the video. We're gonna play that portion where she's speaking in an accent. Okay?
And one other issue here was, and that puzzled me, but I didn't pause there, was when she said part of her, I thought it might have been Maria, spoke Spanish. And so I kind of cocked my ear from my I too did anybody speak Spanish? I don't know whether any speak it or whether this is part of it is that sounds speaks
And there's nothing in the record whatsoever, including the records that were given to you by defense, that indicates the defendant has ever spoken to anyone in Spanish.
As far as I could determine, but I sure wanted to know.
Yeah, sure.
It's possible.
Yep. She tells you that she's been to Dubai as Jasmine, and Jasmine's a princess. Remember that?
Well, there's a lot of stuff there.
If she had in fact been to Dubai, that'd be something pretty easy to corroborate, right?
I suppose. I don't think I took it that.
You mean you don't think that she went to Dubai?
Are you saying Dubai, really?
Yeah.
Likely to be at that point.
Okay, so she's making that up?
Well, if she's making it up, or that is a fantasy. Like when we have dreams, and they're very real, and we think we've been there, that at that time that she had been to Dubai, she has a whole history of going to all sorts of different, but she has gone to several which. Here,
Well, the history would be documented because there'd be plane tickets, there'd be family members knowing that she was gone for a period of time, things like that, that you can corroborate, right?
If at the moment I thought that was an easier thing to corroborate, yeah. I think that it was testimony.
What about Alaska? Remember her talking to you about Alaska later in the interview?
Oh,
How,
yeah, I had trouble with Alaska because
you know what?
went there, and I think she had gone there.
I meant to say Australia. I'm sorry. I think
You had the same thing I did.
we were having the same problem. She never said she went to Alaska. She said Australia, right?
She did say Alaska.
Oh, she did?
Sir, she said.
Okay.
Not only that, your head is spinning when you some of the stuff. But later on, I'm pretty sure that she had a husband who was stationed in Alaska, and so I was in real suffering. And that she Alaska, and I looked at I think in my notes I had down that he didn't. I think there's really Alaska.
Alaska happened. They lived in Alaska. Okay. That was my fault. I meant to talk about the Australian trip where she says her and Harley went over there and she blacked out and was on a beach and doing crazy things, she said, and then realized Harley was by herself. Do you remember that?
It's something like that. And I'm relieved that you were as confused.
And we know there's nothing in the record to indicate that she's ever been to Australia. She also tells you in this clip that she changes personas when she's stressed out. Remember that?
Yeah.
Is that consistent with dissociative identity disorder?
Yes.
A triggering event?
Yes.
Okay. We're going to play the next clip now, okay? We're going to go to, just have a second. We're now going to jump to People's Exhibit 731, which is your interview. What's the date of this? Would be on November 16th, 2022 in the morning. We're going to start this clip at 1 hour, 31 minutes and 50 seconds, and we're going to stop it at 1 hour, 47 and 22 seconds. No, that's for the record, doctor, just so the record indicates what we're playing. Okay. Go ahead and play.
You're being projected as some monster and like you don't know, and you're like looking around and you're like, this is not me. I don't do these things and I don't. You know what I'm saying?
This made this whatever. Is it possible that you did state? Yeah.
If I did, I didn't know I did or did not intentionally do it. You know what I'm saying? There was no intention to harm anyone. That would be a loved one of mine. You see what I'm saying?
Because, you know,
Yep.
Again, I did not see him. What? See him? Yes, you see him. As said, I did not do that. I did this, not to put that, whatever. But this is one thing that she keeps saying. She didn't do, or else it is. You know, you do get some pretty wacky stories about you think. There is a possibility. It's not clear then. What? Do you think that's a possibility?
Oh, I said that from the beginning, but I all over the place because I really same job.
Is it possible you did that when on state?
When I was in what state?
Stayed in one of these states where you were together.
Oh yeah, I've said that definitely. I know that, but I was not an intention to hurt Gannon. Like, I was never like, no, absolutely not. I love Gannon. I took care of these kids since they were 5 and 2. I've had these kids from coast to coast, country to country. Like, that's not what do I gain out of hurting a child? Absolutely nothing. Like, I lose everything in my entire life. And not only is it about me being hurt, but other people around me. And if I'm sitting there telling you that I care about all these people, there are other people hurting this. If I was going to hurt somebody, why would it not be these people that are hurting people? Right? No, it would not be to hurt a child. You see what I'm saying? Like, absolutely not. Would not be an intention to be like, okay, that's it, you're done for the day. No, like, that's not how it works. I don't feel like I was doing things right, you know, to do that. I don't work my whole life to do things right, to just be like, today's the day, I'm just gonna blame my entire life and everybody else's. That's not how it works. These people in here do this stuff, I don't. Just I mean, you don't take somebody out to go shopping, do this, do that. You don't go buy somebody Valentine's candy to knock them off the planet. Is that day you were born? Yes. So I don't even understand this. That's how it works. You don't go close for this amount of time. You don't go do this, you don't go do this. Like, I don't get it. I've had this kid in Mexico, Alaska, all these places, not a scratch on their body. Tell me what's going on. In Australia. Yes. When? I think it was 2017 or maybe 18. Maybe. How did you just wonder? I went with people. Get my records to see where I went. But I went with there's, I think it was Sam. Oh, Christina, Sam, other people. And took care of Gannon's sister. I don't think they live with us then. Time to time, they want to get away from this place. Yeah. Yeah. And it was really like they were gone. For the summer, I just feel it's because why I well, I bored. Yeah, like that was my life. I would rather packing up all stuff, just taking everybody back home to South Carolina, and taking care of everybody. My life was much easier like that because I can help there. No, they're no, Landon's mom. Landon, which was Gannon's mom's. Yeah. This is Gannon's grandma. She helped me when we lived there and I had the kids. She helped me. She's the only person helping me. But I also had other people there that could help. Support system, yes. Everything. If I call ID, I could help. I had other people who programs that I could be like, all right, I need to go do this. I could drop them off here for the day. I had support. My first talk with Josh, I asked him what time. And he's by the way, what you would say, was there, right? And he said that he left a list, gave her a list of 12 explanations that he gave for what happened. Because then I'll have a flashback or something, but I don't know if that flashback is a cool flashback or not. Yeah. And I'll have a nightmare about something, so I don't know if the nightmare was a nightmare, but the nightmare becomes real. So then I'll wake up and think that's really going on for hours and hours and hours and hours. Then sometimes I'll have something and they'll try to put together something and it's like, it's really happening. Because I told you earlier that I didn't know if something's really going on, or if this was real or not. Remember I said I thought this was just one big nightmare. But so, any of it, it's all running together. Because sometimes I don't know what's going on and what's really not going on. You know what I mean? Then 1 minute it's something that happened and I'll switch personality and someone will say in the other personality, no, this is what really happened. You know what I mean? Then I'll hear like another voice, still not schizophrenic voice, no, not easy. And it'd be like my other voice, tell me this. So it's like going back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, that I drive myself absolutely nuts. So when you ask me why people tell you 100% that I remember, sitting on the couch, hearing somebody knock, being in the garage, you know, then I remember I being in the garage, I go look at the windows, look at someone's outside, seeing someone downstairs. But that was the things I could 100% remember, but running around frantic, not knowing what was going on. So that's what I guess was like this dream or fantasy or weirdo that you have that influences what you think happens. But I know I don't think it was just the neutral. But I don't know. How do I know? It could be. How do I know? There's people or something. I don't know. But I'm saying though, but you don't know because well, one person's telling me this. How do I know? Because this person could be trying to go with that person. You see what I'm saying? Because who knows what that person was really doing? You see what I'm saying? It doesn't matter. No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what this person was doing. How do you know? Because 1 minute I was doing this, next minute I was doing this, but another person was doing this because I was doing disappearance. So how do we know? Whether we're in some peculiar state, and it's not possible. What happened? It's not gonna work for me because I'm not like that. I have to know answers. Dude, I wouldn't care if it was just a random person on the street who was a bad person. Yeah, I wouldn't care. Because they would just be a bad person. Yeah. I don't care. But you're like that. See the news every day, bad people, bad things happen to bad people. But when bad things happen to good people, it's hard, especially when I'm sitting there lost. You know, you're sitting there lost. Because there are probably little things that you should remember what happened to get rid of. And where he's tossed and this or that, it might have to do something. But in good sense, she's a good memory for.
Yeah.
And there's probably a good reason for why you don't. And, you know, you got that stuff, says it's a lot of preference. But let's try to find out why I simply believe that it's wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah. What's a crime? Okay. Because I wish I would have just lived when he asked me just a kid. I don't know my face. I don't know about the face kid charges. But who else to begin? He didn't want me to leave and not even tell how early. God, should have just did it. Isn't that a brilliant idea? No, but at least we've been saved. At least we've been on the East Coast saved. Everybody saved. He wanted to go with me. He knew I was leaving. He wanted to go with me. He did. He said, "It would never. Mommy and a problem. I could stay with you and stay with mommy and it was fine. And his mommy, his nana, his poppy, and whatever. The East Coast, yeah, to the East Coast. Is that your mom? No, his mommy. What? No.
His family.
Yeah, his family lived there from here.
Yeah, his mom. They were away.
Yeah, he knew I was leaving to go back home to the East Coast. And he was like, just take me with you. And I said, son, it cannot. It's kidnapping. Your dad would have me hand over kidnapping because even though I'm your primary caregiver, I can't just take you. And if I would have just did that, everybody would just be fine. So I said, what? So what? I don't know. You gotta add that to the mix. Add that added on to me. Trying to figure out. I was trying to leave, but yeah, I have to make sure that they were safe because I didn't want to leave them safe. You don't realize that the kids laying their hand, and if I would have left them, they would not have been taken care of. Yes, money's not everything. They would have had what they needed financially. They would not have anybody to take care of their academics. They would not have anybody to take care of their school stuff. Like, oh, it's dress up day at school. Oh, it's this. They wouldn't have had that. Without me, they had none of that. So they would have lost all those things. They would have just been thrown in babysitters. Who would have babysitted them? Did you ever post in mind that maybe Gannon was there? No, absolutely not. This was my plan. I could not just take them to South Carolina and drop them off with my mother. She said, okay. And if I did that, they were in just as worse hands as the guard I've taken care of. Right? So the plan had to be add more to my plate to figure out how am I going to get them safely to their mom so she could get custody back. But at the same time, she needs a house. And in order to get custody back, the woman can get custody back if I help her because I'm the one that reason we got custody was because of me. So I can help get custody back to her. How am I going to do this? Do it correctly. Make sure she has a home. It's killing again. Gannon doesn't need to die. What are you talking about? Gannon dying has nothing to do with that. I didn't come up with any idea of Gannon dying. My point is getting him safely to his mother. I would have been the plan. I could not get him that day. I told him Wednesday I would have worked out with her. But talking to her, getting her a home, I can't just go buy her a home. That's not simple. You see what I'm saying? She's a drug addict. Drug addicts don't listen. They repeat the same cycle over and over and over. So I didn't lose about it. I should have just took them with me, started the school cross country, and then just been like, oh, well, one of y'all need to figure it out how to become a better parent. That's what I should do. Love that day. That's what I should do.
Okay, we started at 1:47:17. Thanks, Mr. Toomey.
Absolutely.
That's right. So I'm going to ask you a few questions about this clip we just saw. And I want to kind of start where we left off, where she's talking about kidnapping and Gannon wanting to go to South Carolina. You remember that?
I found the entire thing incredibly confusing. She had to take care of Gannon and she had to forget. At that point, I was kind of, what in hell is going on here?
Okay, and Dr. Lewis, Mr. Toomey is going to ask you some questions when I'm done. If we can just focus on my question, and then if there's other things you want to add, I'm sure Mr. Toomey can ask you about that, okay? Is that fair?
I thought I was responding to it.
No, I want to talk about Well, is it that unusual that an 11-year-old boy wants to be with his mother? And you think that might have an impact on his stepmother, Miss Stauch? The fact that Gannon wanted to be with his real mom?
I don't think that this demonstrated that. But there was something incredibly puzzling about who wanted to be with whom she loved, whom she was taking care of. I found it utterly confusing.
Do you think that might be a stressor that Miss Stauch talks about? The fact that an 11-year-old boy says, I want my mother, not you.
I don't think that this is what heard there.
Okay. Well,
I don't think we heard that. It's a possibility in another story, in another world.
well, let me just ask you, do you think that's a stressor? The fact that an 11-year-old boy tells his stepmother that I want to be with my mother, not you.
It may or may not, depending on a relationship, depending on mother, depending on so many factors. It's just speculation.
And do you remember in the clip her saying that I couldn't leave them by themselves. I was the only one taking care of them, or worse to that effect.
Yeah. Absolutely.
And you know that she had been searching on her phone about moving to Florida by herself, looking for one bedroom apartments and looking for another man, that kind of stuff. That was well before Gannon was killed, right?
I don't.
Several times during the interview, you look to your right and appear to be talking to Mr. Cellini about this is evidence that she may not remember anything, things like that.
I was trying to figure out from what do you make of this? Is it possible she doesn't remember this? I'm trying to see if he understood better what was going on there.
Well, and Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, right?
I beg your pardon.
Ms. Stauch could hear everything you're saying, just like we could.
Absolutely. It was,
And she had already been evaluated by the state hospital and found to be legally sane, right?
they had said that she was
And she already went through this process where she talked to two psychologists explaining what happened and things like that. And now she's talking to you after that. And you think it's okay to say she may not have memory recall of what happened in front of her.
Yes, it was kind of an open question to, and also really it was open to her also. You remember what was going on. In my mind, it was incredibly wasn't clear that she was making sense.
And a couple times in this clip, you asked her what we refer to as a leading question. In other words, you said, do you think it's possible that you were in a peculiar state at the time of this? Remember asking those questions?
Yes.
I think it's dangerous to plant those types of words into a defendant's mind when you're doing a forensic interview.
Well, I think that if this has not come up previously and it has not been part of the common knowledge that she did go into these kind of it was sort of broken. What do you think was happening when we were thinking these things? It did not make sense. And what was making things so confusing?
Okay.
And was evidence, questions, other data that she did seem to go. This was the rush. Already, it wasn't adding, oh gee, you go into these states. We already knew from that this happened. I think it's possible. It's really possible this really did.
Well, but she's never heard it from a doctor who's doing an evaluation for her insanity, that the doctor thinks that she was in a peculiar state. That has an impact on someone, doesn't it?
I believe that I was reflecting what we already knew from previous
Okay.
discussions, and that I was not introducing a new idea, but that this was an established occurrence, and that possible that this or you are in a fun. I didn't know.
Okay. Your Honor, the next clip is about 7 minutes long. We can play that or whatever the court wants to do as far as lunch goes.
I assume you're gonna have some follow-up.
Probably.
Clip, it's probably better to play the clip nearer in time to when the follow-up is as opposed to.
I would appreciate that.
Okay. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our lunch break. I have everyone back in the jury room at 1:20. We should be able to start on time at that point. And don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. And with that, I'll rise for the jury, please. Thank you. May all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. So, Dr. Lewis, what can we do to make sure that you're here and ready to go at 1:20? What do you need?
Oh my gosh.
Right. Okay. Well, the reason I asked that question is because you were supposed to be here yesterday at 9, weren't. We're supposed to be here yesterday at 1 o'clock, weren't. We're supposed to be here this morning at 9 o'clock and weren't. So we need to start. We need to have everybody, whatever it is that needs to be done in such a fashion so that we're here ready to start at 1:20. Is there anything that I can do to help make sure that that happens?
I will make an effort to.
Okay.
The attorneys, Your Honor, I did call last night at 4.
I understand that. Okay.
That was why there was a difficulty, because I thought maybe I didn't want to be late for you.
Right.
Make it in the afternoon or tomorrow, because I was quite ill.
Feeling better now? Are you feeling better now? Right now, good. Okay, all right. All right, well, we will hope that that will continue. Do whatever it is that you need to do. Communicate with Mr. Tellini and Mr. Cook in whatever fashion that you need to communicate so that we will have everybody here in place, ready to go at 1:20. Because the jury's waiting, everybody's waiting on that. In addition, counsel approach, please.
Oh yeah, Deanna, they had to wait about 10, 15 minutes for her this morning. Right about 5 till, and it was about 10, 15 after before she came.
It'll be in recess until 1:20 then.
All rise.
I don't think she's given a reason, and then I think the judge basically said he doesn't care what the reason is. He just needs her there on time. I'm really curious about that body language between Leticia and her attorney today. I wish I knew what had been said the other day in court. Peacock, a lot of people like that do think that way, and that wouldn't surprise me one bit, especially at her age. I just don't think that this star witness is doing any good whatsoever for the defense. This morning she said food poisoning. Oh, okay. I didn't know that. I tried to listen while I was driving to the dentist and my Bluetooth was not connecting. So I'm going to have to take lunchtime and go back and watch everything on high speed so I can catch up before they come back after lunch. I know that's juicy and fun to talk about. It is, isn't it? It's like they got put in separate corners almost. Too funny. All right, let's take a break with them for lunch. They'll be back at 1:20 their time. And I'm going to catch up on what I did miss this morning. And yeah, so let's get back here at 1:20. Thank you so much, you guys. I appreciate you being here. I'll see you back in just a little bit. All right, guys, welcome back. They should be getting started here in just a few minutes. Deanna, I just saw your question. Is it okay? Are we allowed to mention another creator? I don't mind at all. Not one bit, as long as it's not like drama crap. I don't care at all. Oh, Peacock, definitely do. I have a video on Sarah Boone.
I just want you to comment.
All right, court will call 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. Is there anything we need to take up outside the presence of the jury at this point in time? Prosecution?
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
I don't think we put this on the record at the time, but I could be wrong. But if the court recalls, I was asking for notes and documents that were used during a portion of the interview that we're watching now this afternoon that the doctor had. Namely, there was a so-called confession that was written in Latin. Mr. Cellini informed me that those documents were lost, that they don't know where they're at, and that the Latin confession was gibberish. I just want to, as a precaution, I don't want something to come out of Dr. Lewis's box regarding these notes for the first time while she's on the stand, because I'm under the impression they're gone. I'm going to ask her about it, but I can foresee her pulling notes out and saying they're right here, or words to that effect. And so I like I said, I have no reason to disbelieve what Mr. Cellini is telling me.
Well, wait a minute. So you do intend to ask about it?
Absolutely.
Okay. Then what I can do is confirm that, yes, the notes were lost, that she does not have them, which would alleviate the issue of her pulling them out during trial, I suppose. I thought it was more of, if you didn't get it, you were going to ask that she not be allowed to testify about it. but your issue is you don't want to start questioning her and then say, oh yeah, by the way, here they are. Do I have that right?
I don't want her to pull out a Latin confession that somehow is relevant in this case, because I've been told differently by.
Well, it seems to me that the easiest way to deal with that is once Dr. Lewis gets here and is on the stand, I'll ask her if she has those. We can she can tell us what happened, or if she had it and where it went, or if she doesn't have it. If she does have it, I think you're entitled to it.
Absolutely.
And then it's a different issue about how to proceed forward then. But if she doesn't have it, then I think we can proceed in the fashion that you want. So,
Sounds good.
okay.
I hope
The
you understand
lost
why I brought it
Latin
up.
confession.
Yeah, no, I do.
Good gravy.
All right, and I know Dr. Lewis is down the hallway, and I think we're just waiting on her, and once that may be her.
Just when you think you've heard it all, right?
And for you, for the video, it's probably easier to just have her. Than
As opposed to transferring, yeah, that makes sense. Is that,
Yep,
that's what we're gonna do, right?
Yep.
Yeah, okay. And, yeah, Mr. Cook, go ahead and bring her on in. And we were thinking, Mr. Tellini had suggested, I think it's probably accurate to place her where she was when we ended, because we're still not done with the videos yet. So, yeah, that's fine. It's her.
I just need
Her stuff.
my bag and pen.
Okay, bag. And your notes are just the
Yeah.
bag.
Everything.
What else, doctor? We're late. We saved a jumping spider at lunch.
Just waiting for you to get back.
Audio's working fine, Judge.
Audio's working fine. Okay. Dr. Lewis, I just wanted to double check. My understanding is that at some point during one of your interviews with the defendant, you obtained from the defendant as I understand it, I think it was a confession that was written in Latin. Is that accurate?
Your Honor, I have been looking for something written in Latin. I didn't receive it, but in my notes it says, get hold of a letter written in Latin.
Okay.
So somebody has it.
Well, I want to focus on that for just a moment. You understand that there is that document, or it was created at some point in time, and you may or may not have had it at some point in time.
No, I never had it.
You never had it.
See it,
Okay.
I became aware of it very recently.
So it's fair to say then that it is not in your possession now. It's not in the stack of notes and things that you have now. All right. We good?
There's also some documents that she used, that she exchanged back and forth with the defendant with signatures and things like that, that we didn't get. I don't know if she has any of those documents either, Your Honor.
Do you have any of the signatures, the other signatures that the defendant made?
What could have made available to anybody? Draw a clock and you have that.
We have that.
We got that.
Very important. And also, I have here, and I made this available to others, something called Ray's complex figure. It is
We have that.
thing, and it takes a bit of explaining in terms of what it is, the best I could do.
Okay.
But I do have it, and if you wish, you could copy it, perhaps you give it back to me or give me a copy.
We actually have the raised complex figure, if I recall correctly.
You should her copy of it and her memory, from memory, she did. And I have.
Right. I think we have that. I think what Mr. Young was asking about was the signatures and the confession in Latin, right? And you do not have either one of those.
So
Okay.
the doctor lost the
Okay.
big Latin confession.
All right. Anything else? Anything from the
Oh,
defense?
good.
Okay, let's go ahead and bring the jury in then.
This is something else.
Would you rather be, you want to put that where you want to put it?
Well, so far, this was.
Okay. All right.
And
Audio.
The audio is the same. It is. It comes out of the speakers in the ceiling.
If we had to have the ring lights off, Judge, I don't know. If we-
Yeah, and that'd be a good idea.
The greens, right?
Yeah, just the green ones.
Your Honor, I was given materials from, tens of, documents that had been signed by, Leticia in the past. of
Okay.
different kinds
But you don't have any in your possession now
that they gave me.
that anybody gave you.
Well, I may have them,
You don't have them with you now.
but they have.
And I think there's a little bit of confusion. There were some signatures done by Ms. Stauch that were found like in and so forth
Okay.
that we provided to,
Okay.
Dr. Lewis, and those have been provided. Ones we provided to Dr. Lewis have been provided to the district. It's the ones that were at the jail that we can't locate at this point.
Okay.
And it'll become obvious when we play that portion of the
That's
video,
fine.
what we're talking about.
Okay.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
All rise for the jury, please. Thank you. You may all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Leticia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. When we took our break, we were in the midst of the cross-examination of Dr. Lewis. That's where we will resume. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. At this time, we'll play People's Exhibit 732, which is the interview that took place on November 16th, 2022 with Dr. Lewis. We're going to start it at 55:30 and end it at 102:37.
About 30 minutes.
And it's about 7 minutes. 55:30.
Oh,
So
I'm
we're starting
sorry.
it.
I misheard you. Okay, go ahead.
Not me, but someone else could take over and hurt someone, and then that's not where I want to be. Yeah, because I don't want to do that. Like, that's not. So why these are much? You really know, it's so intense. Yeah. What your I gotta say it's for good intention, so, you know, it's not like it's just some random person who don't cause problems, you know, it's for good. You know? Maybe it doesn't look good for some people, but it's for good, it's for someone that's for me, really let me into a pretty bad fight or workers taking over. It's really bad, but carrying away. What's happening? What's going on here? Can you see? I am not violent. I am not violent. I am not a violent person. Well, I am not violent at all. But I am not gonna let people be tucked into bed. So I'm not gonna let people be hurt because I don't do this to me. Okay. If someone is trying to hurt people, I'm going to make sure they're okay. Because that is what I do each and every time. I'm going to always make sure that people are going to be okay. So I don't look. Could you just let me understand why I'm always being asked what is going on in here? Because this is my job to do things for people and to protect them. Because it's what I have to do. That is, who are the protector? I'm going to always do that because if people are molesting kids and people are hurting kids, this is what I do for them. And if people are hurting elderly people and people are always doing this to people, this is what I'm going to do. And if people are inside your home or inside my home, I'm going to protect them. Do you understand that?
But you don't want to make everything. To protect. Where do you start when you protect? Can you look at me now? Do you know where? Where? Do you know where you are?
Yeah.
And who have I talked to? Taylor. Taylor. And I'm frustrated. Taylor, do you know what just happened?
Yes, ma'am.
What?
Yes, ma'am.
What just happened?
You asked me about my girlfriend.
I asked you to do that. And
We were talking about Fred.
then it's some Fred here. Prison though.
Yeah, he did work at a prison. I think it was in Lumberton, North Carolina.
Where?
Lumberton, North Carolina.
Yeah. But you know what just happened with you? No. Something really sketchy. Then I spoke with someone who said, I protect them, I always protect them, I don't have anything.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, what if it's
Oh, I don't know. I just,
who is the protection?
oh, sorry.
I don't get it.
I was saying sorry. I don't know what we were talking about. We were talking about Fred, that's all I remember.
You know, you told me that it was a kind of phase, things. Who would be the protector?
Oh, my protector is Maria.
Maria, I don't like very much to talk with you.
If you want to talk to Maria, I don't know. Sometimes she'll talk, sometimes she won't.
Whatever it is, I love it for you, Taylor.
Yeah.
Taylor, you look at such a kind of Taylor, where is the special place you go when, say, Maria's in
I like to go hang out and drink some wine and be by the beach and hang out with Tyler.
well, I would like to go there and let me know with Maria. And we'll do it. Yeah. But now I'd like you to go to a special place and Maria, I need to talk to you. Because Maria, you have a lot of control. What people do, is that correct?
I think she does, for sure, but
I need to talk with you.
yeah.
I know you can hear me. And you know who I am. And
Okay, we paused it at an hour and 2 minutes and 37 seconds. Do you mind if I turned you around, Dr. Lewis? Okay, here we go. Is this the magic you were talking about yesterday?
Well, that was a joke. Technique in which we learned how to get to talk. So, with patients themselves by Mark Elvey. He did get to was told me or used hypnosis much. However, it's known that dissociative individuals are very suggestive. So you always that's this. So if you're talking with a kid or with somebody who has a problem, let's say, what do you suggest that we trust or that we are find out more?
Mm-hmm.
You know, we try not to say separate aspect of your work. And we learned, and this is not only from aggressive patients, but from a product. That is that by and large, they have a special place there. Because it is known that, say, there are 3 or 4 individual entities. Sometimes they can hear what's going on.
Asking at the end, tell me about your special place, so that the persona that you think is Maria comes out.
If you like, someone can say there is no special. I don't have a special place, but when it is very common.
But when we started the video, Maria came out, right? The protector. That's the first time in the entirety of your interviews with Ms. Stauch that you think Maria comes out.
I don't recall if that is. You've watched it more than I don't know if that was the first time, but
Well, and
I
let me
know that she existed, and I did want the opportunity to learn more because I suspected that if indeed that perhaps it was in the guise or in the wanted to talk to the.
But you didn't do anything to have Maria come out. She just came out and started talking to you, right?
Sometimes.
Well, that's what happened in the video, right?
I watched kind of carefully, and I think I said, you know, I really would like to talk to Maria. Very commonly, but at the beginning,
And was that the Russian accent that we heard on there that you were talking about?
I don't know, that appeared, and I'm not sure whether that is typically real or it's an entity or it's a combination. These are not well-defined, well-distinct.
Well, she said she's the protector, and you followed up and said, hey, we just talked to the protector. And then
Well, she said,
can I finish my question, please? And then she says, well, yeah, Maria's my protector.
Yeah.
And then I'm Taylor. That's what she just said,
That's
right?
right, yes.
And there was no accent when the protector was on there, right?
Right.
She was speaking just like she speaks all the time. Okay.
Yeah. I'm not sure what the point was.
The point is she didn't have an accent when she came out as Maria. That's the point, right?
You're not dealing with logic. Doesn't have. This is not a total different unit. Not a consistent person who remembers it wanted to fool you and always be a certain way.
How do you know she's not fooling you? How do you know that?
Well, watch, listen, see what is consistent, see what isn't. Is there any benefit? Yes. So far, speaking with a Russian kind of accent, not really Russian words. Advantage, disadvantage, something.
Well, here's the benefit. Let me explain it to you, okay? You want consistency in your persona. If you want to say Maria comes out and speaks in a Russian accent, she should come out and speak in a Russian accent.
You should
Is that logical?
Logic. It is not logical.
Okay.
They are as logical as dreams.
So you handed her a piece of paper and asked her to sign her name.
Yeah.
What happened to that piece of paper?
Thought that I had anything that. I will certainly find it for you.
Well, wait a minute here. You just told the court that you don't have these documents, that you lost them. That's what you just.
There's probably, this is probably it.
Your Honor,
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to have you step out in the hallway, back to the jury room, please. Guys, for the jury, please.
Uh-oh, I think Judge is ticked off. He just flat out was like, all right, jury, out of here. We're going to have a conversation up at this place. Ooh, buddy. What is he?
Thank you. May all be seated. The record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I hate to say I predicted this, but this is exactly what I predicted was going to happen. That somehow she pulls these documents out when confronted on them. And that's why I wanted to get on the record that she lost them. And the record should reflect that the witness is now giving Mr. Tellini a series of documents that she has on her lap.
And if
Let's finish it out. What's the record? What is it that you're being handed?
these are documents that were already provided,
Okay, so show them to Mr. Young. And let's see if
at least
they are what he understands them to be.
I haven't seen those. I haven't seen that.
I've never seen that.
I'm starting to feel like being a judge
don't
would
know
be
what this
much
is.
like being a kindergarten teacher.
Mr. Young?
3 of the 4 documents that were shown to me by Mr. Tellini, we have in discovery, which talked about the test that the doctor had told the court about over the break. One of the documents, it looks like a series of highlighted colors and different colors. On the top of it, it says Leticia, and then below it, it says red. I have no idea what that is. I don't know if that's the document that she has up there on the video or not, because I've never seen those documents.
So what are you requesting as a remedy?
If she's got these documents, I'd like to have them. And I don't want to be surprised by them when I'm asking her when she's already told the court she didn't have them.
All right, well, here's the easy solution to this. We'll take about a 15-minute recess. In the state of Colorado, Dr. Lewis, in case, because I know you testify in other places, in the state of Colorado, anything that you relied on, any piece of information, document, anything that was given to you by the defense counsel, anything that was given to you by the defendant, anything that was given to you by CMHIP, anything and everything in your file, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. In addition, in the state of Colorado, anytime somebody takes the witness stand and is starting to testify and all of a sudden is looking at some documents in their hands or something like that, counsel is entitled to see what they are. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to take about 15 minutes. You look through everything she has in her lap, then we'll see where we are. And we can go from there. There's a number of remedies from there. And we can deal with all of those remedies once I have a better idea of what it is that you think she has that has not been provided. I know that certain things were taken out. I want those taken back out. And we're going to put them in the court file to be sealed so that we have something for the appellate record, as opposed to he showed me 4 documents and I had 3 of them, but not the 4th one or whatever. I want it. I want in the court record what it is that we're referring to when we talk about that. I also will have the documents if you find any documents that you've not previously been given, take those out because A, you're entitled to see them, and B, I want those in the record as well for appellate purposes in the event that that becomes necessary. Obviously, you would also be entitled to have either Dr. Torres or Dr. Gray look at those and render opinions about that in rebuttal if you choose to do so. So let's start there so that we have at least a starting point. So court will be
I
at
just
recess.
ask that Mr. Tellini join me in that, so
Yep,
we're looking at the same
that's fine.
things.
So court will take a recess until 2 o'clock.
All rise.
Well, that was interesting. They're going to take about a 10-minute break. Basically, what I gather has happened is the doctor originally, I guess, had document of Leticia confessing in Latin. It almost seems silly to say that out loud. But she says she lost those documents, and the prosecution is allowed to ask about them, I guess. But she started going through documents that she had sitting with her. I guess it had not been entered into evidence. So the judge called a break. He released the jury, called a break, and he told the doctor that in the state of Colorado, any piece of evidence whatsoever, any kind of information, whatever it might be that you relied on to make your opinion, without exception, must be provided to the prosecution. And it appears that some things were not provided to the prosecution. Is her defense team trying to... I don't know. I don't know what's going on here. This doctor really feels like she's just kind of wiggling a lot, wiggling hard. Almost that she doesn't buy what she's saying. Hi, Tiffany. Yeah, she was asked minutes before they started after lunch about this, I don't know if it's one document or multiple documents. And she said that she did not have them. Tiffany said this witness is just not credible. I feel awful for all of the prosecution, including ourselves. It's a huge waste of time. I agree. I don't feel she's credible either. And I don't mean this to be disrespectful whatsoever. She is older. There's sometimes a reason why people retire. And maybe if she was saying the same thing she's saying, but it was articulated better, then we might pay attention a little bit better. Does that make sense? I'm thinking the doctor probably wishes she had never signed up for this $350 an hour job. Yeah, how do you lose a confession? Especially one written in Latin. Oh, and then Maria came out on the video allegedly that in the interview, and the prosecutor brought up the fact that she didn't talk in Russian, like Leticia says Maria talks in Russian, and she did not talk in Russian. And the doctor was asking her if she could talk with Maria, and Leticia told her that she wasn't sure. Maria sometimes talks, sometimes she doesn't. Well, and this is supposed to be their star witness, and I think they've blown it. I mean, it's not even, to me, it's not even a matter of was she insane at this point, because this doctor, I think, has blown it for her defense. Even if that was the case, which I don't think is the case. But yeah, that's what I'm saying, Renee. Dr. Lewis is like helping the prosecution put the final nail in the coffin. It's probably definitely frustrating for the prosecution as well. They have totally done their homework with this case. I mean, it's obvious. They've worked really, really hard on it. Yeah, they have, and Leticia has been through multiple attorneys, plus representing herself. And this doctor didn't even interview her till November of last year. I remember she didn't interview any of Leticia's family or friends. When did these attorneys take on her case? Was it last year or the year before? They do not seem prepared at all. Let's find out when they. Hmm, about 1 year ago. Let's see. So, court documents released on May 3rd, 2021. So, Leticia Stauch requested a state attorney be appointed to her case after waiving her right to cancel and deciding to represent herself. Records filed on May 7th show her advisory counsel, while a pro se defendant, Josh Tolini, has been appointed to the case. So she's had this attorney since May of 2021 for 2 years now. I would expect them to be more on top of it than this. Yeah, she's been a shit show, all right. Well, she almost acts like the court needs to cater to her as well. I wish they would put her back over by the microphone so we could actually hear what she's saying. I turned my volume up as high as I could, but then when the prosecutor or the state starts talking, it like blows my ear. But it's still, even then, very hard to hear what she's. So it's what, 2 o'clock there? I wonder how much video they have of this. Has anybody caught that about how long they have with her? Now, is Tolini the one sitting to Leticia's left? He's not Loverboy, right? Loverboy just comes off cocky. He sits back and rocks in his chair. He laughs at things the judge says or witnesses say. He stands there with his hands on his hips, like he's in defensive mode. He reminds me of like a young attorney that just passed his bar and thinks he's hot shit. So Mr. Cook is the one to her left. That's not the one we've seen her snuggling with, right? So Tolini is the one. Anna said there's only one explanation for not having the confession. It didn't happen. I agree, and if the doctor's saying it did, but it didn't, it's going to destroy any testimony she's given. Peacock, damn hubbies. They always are interrupting our good stuff, aren't they? Don't they know you're watching a trial? Yeah, it was kind of mouth dropping when he walked out of the room or the back door of the courtroom during his opening statements. I think all of our mouths dropped, and I'm sure it was for the drama effect, but it didn't come off the way I think he intended it. It came off like he was trying to run out of the courtroom. And now he's probably really, really wishing he had. Okay, so Tolini's the one that kind of acts like he's got his stuff together a little bit, right? Cook's the one I don't like then. Well, Mr. Cook might lose this case, but he might have found himself a new BFF. If you're just joining us, the judge released court for a break due to the witness, Dr. Lewis, basically rummaging through papers. She said she didn't have something. She had lost it. It was supposed to be a confession. The state is wanting to know what papers she actually does have, and the judge told her that everything that she has is supposed to be submitted to the prosecutors as well as the court. I just know them as chair rocker and the other one. Yep, chair rocker. Pen pal at best. Yeah. Reminds you of Jose Baez and Casey Anthony, doesn't it? Remember all those things people said about those two? Holy moly. That was bad. So they're getting a little bit of a late start here. Too bad Dr. Lewis isn't next to the microphone because he always has those hot mic moments. No, it's nothing new. And you know the judge is really irritated because he's pretty prompt. I mean, he's been on time, if not early, for the most part, every single day of his trial. So I imagine for someone to be doing this is highly irritating. I said it's much like being a kindergarten teacher, I think. He's had to call out an attorney for rocking in his chair. He had to call somebody out for moving furniture around. He had to call out an attorney and Leticia for giggling over the laptop. He had to call out a witness for not showing up. Like, this is ridiculous. Yeah, she's wasted quite a bit of time with the courts. What do we have? Well, maybe 3 hours yesterday she wasted. And this morning being late. Yeah. This break they're having to take. Well, I hope she finds the Latin confession. I hope we get to see that. Playing shoulders.
5-8.
Oh,
People
he's
versus
back.
Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury is not present in the courtroom. How are we with the review of notes?
Mr. Cellini and I had an opportunity to go through them very quickly.
Okay.
Obviously, I would need more time to go through them thoroughly. The remedy that I suggest on behalf of the people is that she's not allowed to have notes during the remainder of my cross and during Mr. Cellini's redirect. We'll keep the notes over on the table. Someone can make copies for the court file and the appellate record later. I don't want to keep the jury waiting any longer. I want to keep going.
Okay.
And I think that's a reasonable remedy under the circumstances.
Mr. Tellini? Okay. All right. So, Dr. Lewis, you can have your reports. I don't know that she has her reports. Okay.
I have copy of reports and I can.
Okay. Mr. Tellini is going to provide you with copies of your reports, but you cannot have copies of your notes or use them during your the remainder of your testimony here.
Interesting.
So we'll
She
leave
just
it at
asked
that.
for
And prosecution, as this may or may not have something to do with rebuttal, I'm going to impose the burden on the prosecution to take those. You can just release those in discovery to Mr. Tellini and also upload them. Let us know when you're going to do that, and we will need to do that as a sealed file.
We
And
to take those and have one of our people start copying it now.
yeah, that would be fine.
He's got a lot more pull than I do, Judge.
Okay. And I also want to, I know I'm going to sound like a broken record here, but please, everybody, be patient with me. I know that this matter is being broadcast simultaneously with what's going on in the courtroom, and I know that I have a lot of people in the courtroom. Regardless of how you view this case, remember what it is about. There is a child who lost his life and a woman who may be facing a life sentence. Okay? So remember what this case is about and remember the decorum. My order is that there are no cell phones to be used in the courtroom unless you are with the press. And we know who those people are because they're sitting in the front row. Remember what this case is about. None of these people in here are actors. They are all associated with this case in some fashion. It's not television. If something's going on with your phone and it's really important, I get that. Go in the hallway. You will not be allowed to have your phone out unless you are press. If you have your phone out and someone sees you with it, you will be asked to leave. You will not be permitted back into the courtroom. Also, please understand, and I know that sometimes people say that I can be really direct, but I try to be that way so that there's not a lot of confusion. This is not a guideline. This is not a suggestion. This is the process that we're going to follow in the courtroom. And it applies to everyone. So unless you're press or you're associated with that team or this team, put your phones away. Don't get them out. So I understand we're ready for the jury.
Yes, we are, Your Honor.
Yeah,
Okay.
just real quickly, Judge, gave that entire pile of documents to our investigator, Cecil Weir. He's making 3 copies. One
Perfect.
that will get to us, we'll get one to the court, and then it'll be released in discovery to the fence.
Okay. All right.
Excuse me, Your Honor.
Ma'am?
Copy, then it's essential that they be copied in color, because to be interpreted, the colors must be copied. It's absolutely, it's inaccurate. Black and white.
I'm leaving it up to the prosecution for that, and it may be an issue on another day, but it's not one that we're taking up today, and it's not one that we're taking up now. Let's bring the jury back in.
Interesting bit about those notes is she just asked for paper or notebook or something after lunch. For some reason, we couldn't really hear her, but so she could take notes.
Response on getting another security guy up here to stand right there looking back. Okay.
Another security guy. But yeah, she had asked to be able to take notes, and I'm guessing they told her she could, but now they're saying nope. Like I said, it's so hard to hear a lot of what she's been saying that we've missed a lot. Just trying to piece it together and guess at what's been happening.
All rise for the jury, please.
I wonder why the extra security, though. Dang it, Renee. Why do you have to have a job?
Thank you. May all be seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury has returned to the courtroom. Mr. Young?
Thank you, Your Honor. Dr. Lewis, we just took a break and Mr. Tomini and I just went through all your notes that you had here in the courtroom. Is that right? Having gone through those notes, we see no documents that you were using during the course of this interview with Ms. Stauch, correct?
Not yet. Because I don't know what there is there in terms of that interview. If you have the whole thing, you will see those documents in the.
Let me just ask you a simple question. Do you have those documents that you used in the interview with Ms. Stauch? Yes or no?
I gave them to you. Yeah, they are there, but they haven't.
At this time, I'm going to ask that the court take judicial notice that Mr. Tellini and I went through those stacks of notes, and none of the notes that she's referring to are in the stack of notes that she has in the court.
Mr. Tellini? It's not a judicial notice thing. It sounds like it's a stipulation.
There is the complex figure drawing that has not been referenced, that were notes that was documented that was turned over to this attorney, and that was in there, and I think that's a little bit of it is having. As far as the signatures or the alleged.
Okay. All right.
I would accept that stipulation and appreciate that. Thank you. Okay, Dr. Lewis. You know the importance of turning over notes that you use in a forensic interview, especially in a homicide case. What did you do with those notes that we just talked about, where you had Ms. Stauch sign something?
Whatever she signed there, where I had was turned over to Tellini to be copied and shared with you.
May I approach the witness?
Oh, yes, you may go ahead.
I'm going to hand you what's been marked as People's Exhibit 735. Have you taken a moment to look at that document?
This is not. This is a different patient with. What do you have a question about it?
Yeah, I'm going to ask you some questions about it, sure.
Because
You recognize that People's Exhibit 735?
I recognize that it was a communication line to this,
An email between you and Mr. Tellini, correct?
to the best of my knowledge.
And does that document accurately reflect that email that you had with regards to the EEG that we talked about yesterday, and whether or not you had knowledge that you were withdrawing your request to have an EEG done?
To my mind, it was not simply dropping it, it was saying, this is not right.
Dr. Lewis, just answer my question.
I-
Does the document accurately depict the email exchange between you and Mr. Tellini with regards to your knowledge of whether an EEG was withdrawn? Yes or no?
Whether it was, I'm sorry, I didn't hear the.
Withdrawn, your request for an EEG.
It was not a permanently withdrawn thing, it was saying right now.
Your Honor, I'm going to ask you to direct her to answer
Dr.
my
Lewis,
question.
the question is simple. Is this an email that you sent to Mr. Tellini? Yes or no?
Yes, it is an email sent to him.
Mr. Young?
We move to admit People's Exhibit 735.
No objection.
Exhibit 735 will be admitted. Go ahead.
And did you say in that email, go ahead and withdraw the EEG? We'll address it at a later time.
I said, and now, if we could address it later, this did not mean it's not important, it was just organizing in my head as opposed to important. Like, that became less important than something else.
Well, the email speaks for itself, doesn't it? You're dictating in the email why you didn't think it was important at that time.
Well, I'm saying that there are other things have arisen that we should also address.
So why did you yesterday blame the attorneys that you didn't know anything about the EEG being withdrawn?
I did not consider this withdrawing it permanently, but simply, I did not wish to fight with the court over, are you getting this, are you not? The court refused to get it, and I was saying it can be addressed again. But I did not think of
Okay.
that thing withdrawal.
Listen to my question carefully.
Yes.
Why did you yesterday tell this jury that you never requested to withdraw the EEG, that the attorneys did it, never told you anything about it?
Because I did not request, you could kind of wait and do it, and I did not think that they had.
Can I retrieve your document from you, please? This is what you said in your email, and you can explain what it means after I read it, okay? I have been reading more on Leticia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. What does that mean to you?
Rest of it, know the timing of it, and know what I was thinking about at that point that was most important. But this was not something that I can't possibly assist you if you don't have this. I think I think we should have it, but we can wait. Get it later. In fact, it may be, I could be mistaken, but I believe that, Mr. Delaney had said to me, there will be appeals on this.
Your Honor, I'm gonna ask that be,
Your Honor.
Dr. Lewis?
Could get
I would
this
like,
later.
Dr. Lewis,
Hold on.
please
Wait,
stop.
wait. One at a time. One at a time. Dr. Lewis, please confine your answer to the question being asked. Mr. Tellini will have an opportunity to ask you questions on redirect. And if there's anything that he thinks you need to bring up, he can bring it up then. But just confine your answer to the question being asked. And Mr. Young?
Your Honor, I would ask that what she just said be stricken, that the jury be instructed to disregard it.
Mr. Tellini? All right.
This is looking like
Ladies and gentlemen of the
WWF.
jury, you're instructed to disregard Dr. Lewis's response to Mr. Young's most recent question. Mr. Young?
We're gonna play the next video, okay? Would you like me to turn you around towards the TV? Okay.
So she told the jury yesterday
And so
that
for the record, we're gonna play People's Exhibit 732.
she said that the defense withdrew the request for the
We're gonna
EEG.
start
They're
at
saying
an
that
hour
there's
and
an
7
email from her.
minutes and ended at an hour and 40 minutes and 8 seconds. So this is roughly 33 minutes. And so we're gonna play it continuously through, Dr. Lewis. So if you wouldn't mind, I'll ask you some questions when it's over, okay?
So they said there's an email from her requesting the EEG request to be
November
withdrawn.
16th in the afternoon, 2022.
If that's the case, she lied to the jury yesterday.
Oh, sorry, my bad.
My initials there. And who said that she said that she didn't know who you are. Who was it? And because you know, I didn't write that. You did not read it. It's said, I am Taylor, but I can let her know. Again, it was just some tea there, baby TA, it's also a right? And here is the subject, when I was, this, with a lefty, Leticia, who was Leticia, that is Leticia. And so, Taylor, that's why we said, with you. That was Leticia. This, she's a lefty. Okay, you said you need to talk to her, Leticia, as well. Yeah, but, Leticia wrote that? Yeah. Okay, and Leticia, I just want to say the left hand, because, you Taylor are, right? Just, you know, and he said, Taylor, okay, I am, to, oh, I don't know my favorite. You're important. Important. And each
You. Yes. So, yes, it's not.
I think Renee said that in the courtroom you can hear these videos much better. I sure hope so. I really can't make out what she's saying. Can any of you? Well, right now I think she's writing something. Maybe she's writing her confession letter in Latin right now.
Maria said she will come on her terms, but don't think that she answers anyone. And who said that? Was that doesn't so Maria said she come on her terms, but don't think that she answers to anyone. Leticia can only talk to her. Not me. But yeah, but I can talk to her.
Yeah, but that's what I can't tell what to do. But she can because I don't curse and do bad things. You see what I'm saying? I don't curse and do bad things. I don't live through that world. Yeah, so that's why. You see what I'm saying?
I need to talk with Maria. I think that Maria has a lot more organized than Leticia.
Right, see, so like, because I'm a good person. Sometimes I kind of like get in arguments. And I mean, she gets mad. Because I don't like the good, not the bad. Leticia is the bad. You see what I'm saying? They get along with my better. Yeah.
Yeah, I'm talking to Maria.
Yeah, because I do a lot more good. You see what I'm saying?
You do a lot more.
Yeah. She don't always agree with the good.
Or what you think is.
Right. Okay. Well, normally I just need to do good. Just, you know, do good to people, do right by me. Yeah. You think I'm fun? Sometimes I feel bad. No, I'm saying I think some things are good, you know what I mean? And so you think some things are good that maybe they don't. Right, and so that's why sometimes she doesn't like talking to me. Well, yeah, so seems to me that sometimes you think it's good. To be the strong fight for things under your control, and then they don't see it's right. I try to like be the mediator or try to be calm. Everybody else get along, communicate, do good to people. What happens when you lose? What happens when you temper? So that's what happens to them. And when you really want to take over, and then takes away from like the good part of Taylor, you know, like the good part of Taylor is being like a good communicator, effective, you know, like not a bad temper. I can communicate effectively with them. Do they know what's you? Like if they come to visit me and I'm as myself as Taylor, then I can sit down and talk to them and be like able to like be nice and be like, oh, okay, how you guys doing? They don't even know it's you. Oh, if they come and they see I'm not like whatever, I'm not Taylor. Because then I'm just like, take me along. But then I'm not trying to be me, but then really I can take it if they're like that. I'm not scared of which how straight are you with me? How honest are you? I'm honest with you. Okay. If you want to ask them, you're right. Well, you can change your mind. Maybe what happens? Taylor, no, still Maria Taylor, someone signed Taylor, and Maria thought, it's not there. I didn't Maria sometimes Taylor, Leticia explained for stuff. You kind of go, where and it's with you. And Taylor, I really mixed her. So what happened was, did you want to tell you what happened? Sure. Okay, so the night of January 27th, 2020, I had reported Gannon missing because he was. You had Leticia. I had, so it was January 7th, 2000. So you reported that he was missing. Because I was calm first, because I didn't think anything was wrong. I thought that he was just playing like a hiding challenge and that he would be okay. And I thought that he would eventually come out of his hiding spot and he would eventually, everything would be fine. He wanted to have a bunch of followers on YouTube. So I thought that the whole practice circular, so I wasn't in a panic mode. I wasn't in any kind of like anxiety or like yet. Not yet, I was not there. Something had already happened to me. No, nothing had happened to him. Okay, it was slow after what? After You were there. Right, he was missing. He was already, yeah, he was missing, but nothing had happened to him. He was missing. He was. Well, I was in. Guess he was house or he was hiding, I'm not sure. That's why I moved to go to the room. I think all of you, right now, talk to everybody. Talk to everybody. I think all of you have been covering for each other. And, you know, I think that you all want to, you want to do right by Leticia. Actually, you're really preventing them from getting out. Not always. But I think you're afraid of telling what happened to Gannon. I'm sure. Should I tell you? Do you want me to keep going? Do you want me to keep going? Or? What you told me. You're there.
Yes.
So, as we heard, I'm just keep going. Like, I'm just gonna keep going. He was missing, and then I called 911. And really started to panic. After a couple of minutes, that's when I started to get worried. Because I realized that it started to rain, it get cold outside. And then after, when was the original name was born. When he was dead. And I bring him back and start praying over him. I'm trying to bring him back to life. And when he didn't come back to life, he didn't. Where was he lying? Well, in my arms. In your arms. Where had you found? I don't remember where I found him. Just I know that. So did you know he was in your arms? Leticia, if you don't understand why it was like that, it's like that because he wasn't supposed to die. He was not supposed to die. I didn't know. What was supposed to? He was not supposed to die. No. Someone that made one that she something else. No. What was what was the idea? What it was not supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be him. It wasn't supposed to be. Was it supposed to be? And then our it was no, what did you think it was? I'm not a monster. Okay. I'm not a monster. It's really any. I'm not a lesbian and I tired of people thinking that I'm just a mass murderer that just killed someone right now while I'm scanning. Okay, under no circumstances, I think you just can't handle this. Or you do it something. It's not how it works. To do something with what was your did it. It wants to be. Should look like someone. Oh. You know, you don't know what it's like in my life. I have to see when I realized that it was Gannon. I never knew it was him. Which is just. Someone was in the home, we don't understand. Someone was in the home, right? Yes, they're in the home. Yeah. Someone big, okay. They're going to hurt everyone. They're going to hurt everyone. Everyone that was in the home, someone was going to hurt someone. Everyone was going to hurt someone. There was someone in the home. They were going to hurt everyone that was in the home. What I did was grab the gun. What did you do? All I did was grab the gun and fire the gun because it like someone was in the cave, okay? So all I did, all I did is grab the gun. And what happened? I saw someone who looked like they were in the cave and I fired the gun. That's what I did. Okay? All I did. You don't understand, I had to protect the people that were in the house. Okay? Because if someone was in the home, they were gonna rape someone, they were gonna molest them, they were gonna kill them, I had to protect them. All I did, okay? And I fired the gun. I did not know it didn't have a safety. I didn't know any of that, but that's what I do. I'm trained to do that, okay? You're trained to kill, okay? I'm trained to kill. That's what I do, but trained to kill. I'm trained to kill. That's what I do. Trained to kill, okay? That's what I do. I kill for a living, okay? Anyone that tries to hurt someone, I'm trained to kill. Okay? That hurts anyone or that hurts the people that I care about. Okay? So you kill. Yes. Yeah, that hurts. You don't care. Yes. And that's what I did. I took the gun, I fired the gun at someone. They had a cape on, they looked like a dangerous man. Fired at someone. Yes, a dangerous man. Man, yeah. I'm a dangerous man, okay? That's what I do. This is how I go. This is how you old. Yes. And then that's what I did. Killed the man, okay? Yeah. Oh. They come to the home, that's what I do. I will protect the people that I love. I always do that, okay? I don't understand the problem. When did you realize it was not the person? I don't realize anything. I left immediately. I left immediately after I did my job. You really this. I left immediately after I did my job. So what did you think you'd done? Did what I was supposed to do, which is I killed a threat. I killed a threat. The threat was there for Leticia and family and for the service. So short. Because Leticia, her family, they were missing and I had to protect them. Who was this? Leticia's family. Really? Who was it? Leticia's son was missing. To protect them, which is what I do. She was upset. Everyone was upset. Little baby girl was upset, everyone was crying. That's what I did. And then I left her crying. I left. I don't know what happened at the who did this? If I deserve it to police, what? If I deserve it to police, I have to the police. No. I'm just, I just don't go out. What do you want to try? What do you want me to try? Just try. Need money. Maria. Maria. You know what I think? I think you're sitting with your it's no value. You want to become us invisible. No. No. I have jobs to do. I do job that are. You do jobs. Only what? What does he see? I always have perfect. For which? Who did you turn this information? Us. Gypsy. I don't answer to that. No, you don't answer to me. I'm just trying to. I want something. I think you can tell. I don't think you would have. No, I know too. I'm working my ass off to help with this. It's a very tough, yeah. Because you're kind of strong arm that makes me so. Right. This is very hard. I don't know. Okay, I can say that not free. Even my cabinets when I try to play this. I don't casting them. I don't casting them. You don't do that or you don't mind them? I'm not casting. You don't cats. This. Why don't you? Just don't me. You just don't me. The favor. A neighbor. Times a neighbor. You're strong hand. You see that. I think we all have a fantasy. It wants from me. I'm going to help my defender. Do you need any comes from me? Do you need anything? Do you need anything comes from me? Do you need anything comes from me? No. Correct, John. Well, the job wasn't really done because, as I understand it, I haven't seen. I'm gonna have to go up and. How do you feel sort of not? Never that you do it every time. But in general, multiple times. Like. It's about it. Yeah, so. What did you do? So. Well, you had to bring it in. So, and I certainly not. I don't have any contacts in my stuff. So you don't just work for the Leticia? Okay. But I had to protect her before in Mexico. You did I did protect her before Mexico. You did. I did. You protected her before Mexico. Wow, how old was she when you first? My dad is different than yours. Your what? My years are different than yours. How old are you? 28. You're 28. 28. So she was without you. So 11 years ago. I'm always 28. I always look this way. Yeah, she's very young. So my years are really different than yours. You cannot even comprehend my years. They're different. Don't even try. I imagine they're mysticals. Yeah. Yeah. They're different. So have you been teaching protector from the time he arrived for what was happening to her when we protected? Who's going to get his information? I don't see anyone else. What? I don't see anyone else. I did not without her permission. Her permission. And we'll do the talk about. Would you, are you guys game to talk about stuff and how you want to use the information that Maria is? Sure. Yeah. Okay. So they will do that. And I think I know these people don't agree. I think none of us here would ever do anything like if we use this, these would only be in Leticia's favor to get Leticia's help and some really sophisticated to we're probably only use them. Wouldn't they do that?
No, absolutely.
Yes. Take a look over there. Got a group there. And I see Dragon. You only see Dragon? Yes. Me too. Yes. You. Seriously. I don't think what they told me. So, dealers, I want to thank you. You did very great yourself, Maria. Do you surprise yourself putting the spray? No, I'm very good. You are. This is what I do. Well, you do it. I know you're very great to trust us. But we will only slowly talk to them. And if it does not help, Leticia, I'm agree.
It just stays here.
I think, my goodness, you were pretty hard today. Do you think we should take a rest for maybe an hour or something? And let's come back into it. And let's move. Is it her? Sure. Okay, so let's see you. 2 or 3. I do need the promise. It only promises that I have a request. I would like you not to hurt anyone and to remain safe and strong, but not hurt anyone. If you think this reveals whatever, tell us. You'll only have me to tell today and tomorrow. But you have, do you remember the name? You can talk to those people. Well, maybe later on, maybe you would come forward a little bit and let Maria meet you. Yeah. And she doesn't just talk to him. I noticed only when I went with them, right when I talked with her, that she got a feeling. I hope it's really was and they asked and that I don't know. But I would come back and I would he was yeah. Okay, I would take a and Maria, I have something then I'm very surface to lost in a room. I don't. Where is that? Yes,
Okay, the camera or the video stops at 1:40 and 08 seconds. Who was that other person that was leaving the room there, Dr. Lewis? Well, Mr. Cellini went out the door and then some gentleman with a mask on followed him out. Who was that person?
I don't recall, and
Can we just play that portion back? We're going to play the portion back. You can just look at this TV right here. Okay, we're not talking about him, Dr. Lewis. Please keep watching. Freeze it. Who's that person right there?
I don't recognize him.
That's not your son? You don't recognize your own son?
Because he was running the camera, but I don't recognize.
What
Well,
the
he's not running the
actual?
camera, Dr. Lewis. He's going out the door when the camera shuts off.
Her
What is your
son
son
was
doing
there?
in the interview room?
Particular interview, we had asked, when we at her, and, I'd asked her. Could have been.
He's really having trouble answering this question.
Is that recognized within the field of psychiatry to do forensic interviews with people who are charged with first-degree murder and bring your son along?
Stand it. Here. Cameras be on us and that there be company.
Oh, hell, bring the grandkids next. Shit.
I had said I'd like to have them on. I believe it was Josh who told me have to be.
Well, this investigator seated in the back courtroom was in there, right? Mr. Cellini was in there. Why was your son in there?
One was asked to run if he knew how and could he run the cameras.
Why did you stop the interview?
Tired. Seemed to try. Probably. Not at all.
Well,
You don't go on endlessly.
you spent a day and a half, hours of talking to her, trying to get Maria to come out. According to you, I'm assuming you're saying this is Maria who comes out that we see?
Here, I'm asking myself, who is this? If you look at the characters they're talking, there are times that apparently she goes by Maria. Her expressions change. She looks different. She sounds different. She does different things. She protects. That if there was a back and forth over how she perceived herself, what's going on in her head. But I think that there were times when we saw she. I don't think it was always Maria. I think that there were changes there as I watched as a clinician. There was not a consistent.
Okay, and so you're saying that Leticia could have came back and faked the Spanish accent while she was faking to be Maria? Is that what you're saying?
That is not. You did.
Well, that's what I'm asking you. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm not saying. I don't think it's faked. I think that she switches back and forth and her identity and who she is good.
What'd you talk about after the camera was turned off, doctor?
I beg your pardon?
What did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off?
I have no recollection of talking with her after the camera was turned off. No idea. I don't know for sure on the papers, but I can tell you sometimes if things seem that there's down or that patient would be improved, sometimes I will write back and forth. Those were preserved, but I don't know who she was at different.
You didn't preserve those documents. We've already gone through. You did not preserve those documents that you see her writing on, did you?
I do not know. I'd have to look, but I don't have a recollection of having preserved them. They were kind of a communication device there, and I may be, they may be there. It might be, and they may have been handed over. I don't have perfect memory of what happened to those papers.
Other serial killers that you've interviewed that you've diagnosed with dissociative identity disorder, for instance, the ones that are on your HBO documentary, when you ask them to change personalities, they do. Some of them do the same neck roll thing.
What?
Do you remember that? And when they change personalities, they confess and they tell you how they did the killing, correct?
Some. When there is a real definitive kind of different. This is a fluid kind of, as I told you, not on again, off again, perfect logical.
But what Maria says to you is a mistaken identity. I didn't know it was Gannon. I shot the gun one time, correct?
Gee, someone says this, at another time, someone there with this very odd demeanor says, I'm there to protect them. I protect them. There is a fluid kind of.
Did she, doctor, just listen to my question carefully and just answer yes or no if you could, okay? Did she tell you that she mistaken identity, didn't know it was Gannon, fired a gun one time, did what she had to do? Or words to that effect?
Early on.
In this portion we just saw.
At the beginning, I believe at the beginning of the, then she's talking about other things, so that about defending
And you know that's not how Gannon died. He didn't die from one gunshot wound, did he?
No.
Why didn't you confront her on that?
it does not make logical sense, and not how you conduct psychiatric interviews. In fact, it's amateurish to say, oh, but you said this at that point, how come you're saying it now? This is amateurish work, if anyone does that. Not do that. Follow what is going on, and you saw in front of your eyes without asking anything, or her expression change. You saw what this person said change. I take care of them. I hurt the people who are out to hurt them. And I have down here, as I'm looking at that thing, this is this.
And Dr. Lewis, I just want you to respond to my questions, please.
I am
Okay?
trying to do that. I'm
Can
saying.
you listen to my next question, please? Robert De Niro did a pretty good job at that in the movie Cape Fear as well, didn't he?
No,
He didn't?
No.
Okay.
no, Robert De Niro.
Actors do a good job of acting, don't they?
No, Robert De Niro was not an outstanding, in fact, he was not dictating a multiple necessarily in his year. No, he did not do.
Did he?
Again,
All right, I'm gonna.
yes, you do probably, but no. it
Hey,
was
now,
not.
no bashing
Can we
Robert
agree
De
to disagree
Niro.
on that? Please.
See the first game.
All right, we're gonna go to the last clip, Doctor. Okay, and this is longer. This is going to be, I want to say about an hour and 30 minutes or so. Okay, so are you comfortable there, or do you want to go somewhere else? This is going to be a longer clip.
5 minutes has water and
We can get you a drink of water, and we're probably gonna take a break in about 20 minutes, so find a
Okay, so
good
there
place.
will be a bit of a break.
Oh, yeah, no, I'm not gonna have the jury sitting there for all of this, so, find a good place in about 20 minutes, and then we'll take our break there.
Sounds good, Judge. Thanks. And this is People's Exhibit 734. It's the afternoon of November 17th, 2022. It starts at 8 minutes and 23 seconds, and we're going to go to the end.
Find a reasonable breaking point.
Sure.
We just need the TV on. Judge.
Oh, sorry.
And this is the confession. This is unwritten balance. I, Maria, confess.
It's not English.
Confesso pro para magna qui se solemnemente ante Rodriguez Letecia se Gannon Maria se Lena sana in conversano etc. Desunt. What does it mean?
I don't know.
Well, what made you say it's a confession?
Because I saw
This is as an confessor. I, Maria, confesso, but we don't know what she's confessing to.
I know I just told you it says foundation and that I don't know what to.
But hold on, did you ever take Latin in school?
No, I just figured it was that, just to be different in Spanish because of the way they did it. I hear it in Cuba.
It's not Spanish.
Yeah, I knew it was in Spanish, but I don't know Spanish. Yeah.
We would be wise. They did.
Some Portuguese. That's what I said, maybe like
Gannon Maria then Sana. Maria is in that's the same mind, I think. It's not. Sana in conversano. Etc. Son. Well, maybe have these and photocopy them. Because here it does look as if she's saying, and I'm Maria, and in the same state of mind. Requiescat in pace, rest in peace. Yeah. Maria, AKA. What is Aleria?
I don't know. I don't.
We say defending, something about defending. And for us to do this is updated, which would be kind of a free.
You take a lot of languages.
Like saying French, so.
Okay.
And we also sang the Requiem Mass and Requiem Mass, and that's not. I get by. So anybody here? No.
I don't know.
So let's see.
That's the lady there, it's been her for a while, she keeps going back to her husband, she not.
And why are you here?
It's the domestic violence. Yeah. And I keep talking to her guys, she's like a young lady. The young, like, the man who sleep in her breast. Yeah, it was. I know, old she was getting in trouble when she. What's from? Yeah. Yeah, listen. Yeah. Well, could have been a player. Oh, I always looking it up. That's good, right? It's got punches, I think, from the mass, rest in peace, right? That's good. But you believe that that is a confession from Maria? Well, I was the one word I thought it was the O. Yeah, the confession. That's the rest. Says that. Well, because that's why I say the rather than be, that's why I thought that would be different in Spanish because it wasn't. So, other than that, that's why it was Spanish. Yeah, well, it's a little mess. Right. So I was the only one Spanish. I figured out something. Do you think that Maria did it? Oh, I didn't. I remember. And just had little flashbacks or what are the flashbacks? Just remember blood. Yeah. And take from the appointment out to the country. Oh, okay. Tell me about the cave. Just remember seeing someone in my cave. I remember seeing someone in my cave. You remember I heard a baby crying. Have you heard a baby crying with me? Yeah. Really? See this. I just remember a baby crying and seeing someone in my cave. This is second interview. So tell me about the person in the cave. So the person was in like a red and black cave. Yeah. How big it was? I recall. Yeah. Yeah, 6 foot. Man? I was a man. A man. Tall. 6 feet. And sleep. I was so. I just remember being like in a room in a corner or something. I hate it. Was he in the corner or women? No. The man was in the cave in the corner. The man was in the cave and the cave was red and black. I thought yesterday, I heard you Maria said that Gannon got up and was in the cave. Is that, I don't remember Gannon. No. No. Josh, yesterday, I mean, I thought that it was again in a cave. I never wanted to be Gannon.
Yeah, it was a man.
Yeah, it was a man and a rose up. And where was Gannon during? I don't know. And it would help if I talked directly with Maria, because she remembers. And she could call it, she told us, she said, I thought. So that, it's been 2 years, if we talk, even. She would have never found it. She would have been. Well, I mean, would you want to just kind of fade into the background of launch and come into the if there's someone putting on, sure they don't know something within. That's really terrible. Really good. No, they just always be. Oh my God. Yes.
It's a good spot deposit. We paused it at 17:31.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will take our afternoon recess. If I can have everyone back in the blue room at 3:30, we should be able to start on time at that point. Again, don't discuss the case among yourselves. Don't discuss the case with anyone else. Do not do your own independent research about any aspect of the case. And we will see you back at 3:30. All rise for the jury, please.
Did somebody just say something insane? I swear I just heard that.
You may all be seated. Record should reflect the jury has left the courtroom. Court will be in recess until 3:30.
All rise.
Oh, Peacock. He says, hey, Renee, girl, you missed the best part. Judge threw out the doctor. He said he's had enough. Court is closed, and Teabag went straight to jail. So my daughter sent this to me a few minutes ago. I couldn't understand anything that was being said anyway, so but this I thought was hilarious. The one of the judge. I'm dying. Serious, I'm dying, guys. The whole stairwell thing, the judge called out people for smoking and smoking marijuana in the stairwells. Oh geez. He should have taken his break in the stairwell. See, that doctor, she is something else. She really is. Like, I don't know. It's been crazy. um so right when they earlier they came back and there had been an email exchange between Dr. Lewis and the defense, and the email was sent by the doctor requesting that the EEG be withdrawn. And she's made a big deal about how EEGs and things like that, neurology can apparently help determine if somebody has, these kind of severe mental illnesses. But yesterday, she told the jury, she told the jury that the defense said that the court wouldn't pay for that. And she told the jury that she never requested it to be withdrawn. But what she actually said in the email was, I have been reading more on Leticia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. That's really interesting. And I know the jury heard it because the prosecutor said it word for word. That's really interesting. She didn't want the EEG done. Why? Was she afraid that the results were not going to show what she's trying to prove? Is romance back on? I feel the same as well, Peacock. But she's in a position that, should be a little bit different. So respect goes, so far. About all I could get out of this last thing, Leticia said that she's Taylor when she needs to be nice. And the prosecutor, there was Mr. Tellini and a guy with a mask that followed him. And the prosecutor asked who it was. And she said she didn't know who it was. Now, this is in the interview room, right? She didn't know who the dude with the mask on that was walking out. It was her son. She knew who the hell it was. That was her son. So she had her son in on this huge case because he was videoing it. So like I said earlier, bring the grandkids next time. Let's have a picnic. It's just craziness. The prosecutor asked, what did you talk about with Maria after the camera turned off? The doctor didn't remember. She doesn't remember a lot of things. She got her notes taken away from her earlier. Sam, I took a nap instead of listening to the old lady. Did I miss anything good? No, unless you missed this. I just can't believe it. Yeah, the doctor kind of got caught lying multiple times. I think it was multiple times. So it's not going to look real good for her or the defense. The judge is the best, though. That is what he looks like half the time. Bless it. I like the judge. Sam, we couldn't really understand that part either, but something about, she asked if she could have a notebook after lunch while they were going over the video. I'm not sure if it was, she was going to write down notes as she went that she remembered or something. And then, I don't know, she didn't hand over an email, I think it was. She didn't hand over something, so. I think it was the email exchange. She didn't provide something to the prosecution. So basically, like an hour, hour and a half later, they took her notebook and her notes away from her and said they all have to be submitted to the court. So they're going to make copies of it. So they're on their second break for the afternoon. They already had to take one earlier because of the doctor. And now they're on their second one. I agree, Peacock. Her lying on the stand about that should have been enough to get her off the stand and have her testimony dismissed. She's kind of been upset a lot, Sam. Her and the prosecutor have gotten into it a couple times. Earlier, it was like, I felt like I was about to watch WWE or something. I think the prosecutor is just fed up. They put an awful lot of time and effort and work into this case. And the defense is so-called star witness is causing all sorts of issues, really. And I know I'm kind of hard on the defense. I think a lot of they deserve to, kind of be held to fire. But on the other hand, I was thinking earlier, like, they have nothing. You know what I mean? Like, there's so much evidence against her and so much saying that she knew what she was doing and she covered it up. That this was the only way they could go. So they're really fighting an uphill battle anyway. Well, we know she lied, Sam, because yesterday she told the jury, what was it? Yesterday, she told the jury that she had never requested an EEG to be withdrawn. She said the defense told her basically the courts wouldn't pay for that. But today, the prosecution brought out an email that the doctor wrote. And what the doctor said was, I have been reading more on Leticia, and I think we should drop the EEG request. So that was one thing she lied on, but there was multiple others. Yeah, I really like the prosecutor too. I think he's to the point. I think he's very professional. I think he's doing a great job. Sam. Yeah, I think her career is probably dwindling down at this point. Probably going to dwindle really fast after this. And she's accomplished a lot in life, so we can give her respect for that. But she absolutely didn't do the defense any good at all in this trial. And I feel like she wants to explore that did so much that she can make things fit into perfect little squares as well. Let me tell you, if somebody starts acting like they're speaking Russian to me and they have a different name, I'm out. She's like carrying on a conversation with Maria. Oh, what do they got? About 5 minutes left, I think. I appreciate you guys all being here all day today. I know it's been kind of rough to listen to, especially this afternoon. Um, the doctor is not sitting at the witness stand when she's talking, so she's not right next to the microphone. Really, really hard to hear her. And then the video that they're playing is really, really difficult to understand and hear. Renee was in the courthouse day before yesterday, and she said that inside they can hear it, very well. So at least the jury's getting it all, because we're definitely not. And that is on their end. They're streaming. It's just the way it is. There's nothing I can do about it. But I appreciate you guys hanging in there, even when it is kind of tough like that. At least we just kind of all disassociate, don't we? We start making jokes and cracking up, because what else are you gonna do? Hey, Sam's going hard. Hope she puts that payout into savings. She may be done after this. She really should be retired already. She did say she's semi-retired. What do you guys think? Do you think she is like, because of all her research, basically she spent the majority of her life kind of researching this, right? Do you think that she was trying to lead Leticia into some of those? Like when she asked if she could talk to Maria, and Leticia said, Maria only talks when she wants to, kind of thing. Raiders thinks she's a flat out fraud. Well, I don't think I'm buying any of it. They would have to do something drastic at this point for me to believe that she was insane. I think she did a horrible, horrible thing. It may not have been intended to be that way at first. What was the other word she said? He wasn't meant to die. I typed it in the chat at the time she said it. Trying to find exactly what it was that she said. But I know one of them was he wasn't meant to die. She said, Maria's voice said, she has to protect Leticia's family. It's what she does. She said, I'm trained to kill. It's what I do. That was in her Russian accent. Like she'd have this massive breakthrough in psychiatry and, and then retire. Kind of what I feel about it. Raiders thinks it absolutely was premeditated. Pretty possible. Maria turned out to be a terrible protector. That's what I typed in the chat too. I was like, she has said before Maria protected her and Gannon and Elena and Harley. And I typed in the chat, she didn't protect Gannon, so it makes no sense at all to me. Do you think because of the doctor's testimony today that they will win an appeal? I don't know about that. I would be more worried about appeals based on the lack of her defense really doing a decent job. But like I said earlier, I don't know how much I'm not an attorney. I don't know what else they can do, really. I think Dr. Duck is a fame hoe. She's also a bit too elderly to still be doing this. You guys are ruthless. Love it. Well, I think there's a little bit of truth in everything that people say when they're lying. And by her saying in front of that doctor in her Russian voice that he wasn't supposed to die makes me almost think if that wasn't the little bit of truth and it was an accident. But then you think about all of her Google searches and her, actions and frame of thinking leading up to it, then I think maybe it could be premeditated and maybe it was a way to try to keep Al with her. Like she wanted his love so badly she could be, the knight in shining armor for him because his son's going to get lost. She very much played everything out. Like I think they said earlier when, he's just like the gunshot. Well, she explained why her gun would have been used because of Eduardo, right? The suitcase. Well, if they found him in a suitcase, she's already said that the suitcase was missing. So things like that.
Court will recall 20 CR 1358, People versus Letecia Stauch. Record should reflect the jury's not present in the courtroom. Is the plan just to continue with the video?
That is, Your Honor. We'll just hit play and then I'll have some questions when the video comes.
Okay. And how much longer is the video?
Looks like it's about an hour and 11 minutes.
Oh dear, I hope we can hear some of it.
17:31.
Sam.
20 minutes or so. My math is terrible, sorry.
Even Daryl Brooks objected to everything. Come on.
Okay.
Your Honor, the parties have talked about maybe going a little bit later today. If we think he'll get done with Dr. Lewis, that would be acceptable.
If we can, I would have to check with the jury because
Sure,
I told them
absolutely.
they'd be done at 5, but, and we have one juror who,
I know with the accident.
right.
Yes.
So,
She said good.
okay. So, but if we can check with them, it's okay with me. So, all right, let's go ahead and bring the jury in.
Yeah, most defense attorneys will constantly object to stuff. These guys really haven't objected to much of anything.
So I can put this down.
We can move you a little bit closer.
They're just like throwing their hands in the air. What's going to be will be, I think. But I do worry if later down the road, and I don't know how that works, if, and they say like she wasn't given a proper defense or something. I don't know that answer. No, could be way off. in my opinion, they're not doing a very good job whatsoever at defending her. That's what I was trying to say, Raiders. Ineffective counsel. Yep. But I don't know how the law works on that or anything.
All rise for the jury, please.
That's just it. What really can they do? They're fighting a lost cause, I think. Could turn out differently. I
Thank you. May all
definitely
be
thought
seated. Court will recall 20 CR 1358. People of Leticia Stauch, record should reflect the jury is present in the courtroom. Mr. Young?
I thought without a doubt Casey Anthony would be found guilty, and she wasn't, and I was just like stunned for days.
Say really bad. Maybe let the sideburns on it, or let the sideburns on it. Yeah, he has that stuff down. But. So. Marie? Marie? What is caught your attention? What do you see? Did they go? Maria, I think it's time for me. Which is Maria's letter? Yeah. I got it. Maria. Tell me that. Can you read it to me? And what the letter just said? And what is that? How many? Okay. Kind of important. It's really. It's. Which is. And you normally. When you want to. You should read that. No, just the. Four up here. You see my hand? What do you want? I want you to tell me what it says. Can you translate? Of course I can. Can you translate? Would you translate it? Yes. Governance. Words to like I don't forget to and also gratitude. And when let's see and was it
Too fast.
I'm going to, yeah, what is it, yeah,
I voluntarily
self-defense,
self-defense, yeah. I confess in self-defense what did you do?
you,
I had the impression that you don't want Leticia to be blamed for what happened to them. That you feel you are more powerful and more in control than she.
it was,
Mm.
you told me,
Who is her name? Or what is her? Do you think, harmony sometimes means people not sounding out of key with each other? Whether or not is
I'm worried that it is full, but harmony was arrested.
harmony was left. And how old is her? Tenure. And who molested her? And who's it?
In that,
Pardon?
Leticia's dad,
Leticia's dad molested. That is respecting. Molested harmony.
and Sophia,
Leticia. And who's harmony's son? I think it's
just one,
yeah.
just the rules of the number.
Didn't you say harmony is a baby? She's 10 years old and she's molested by her stepmother.
Gannon Stauch.
And Gannon was molested by a stepmother. By who? Which one? Who, like molested Gannon and Harmony. I think
But I was the one,
I understand. Molested Gannon and Harmony. And Harmony was 10 years old. When was Gannon molested? And he was 10 years old. And what's like that?
I don't know.
How do you know about this? Maria, how do you know? You know, Leticia Stauch? How did you know? And
She wasn't going to hell. She was going to penny with herself.
Leticia, yes. She's demanding so. Oh, she like really proceeded.
It's all of that.
Well, I'm just kind of putting two and two together. Torturing Michael. She's gonna have with herself. I'm confused. What is like that?
I did not know.
You don't know his name, but you know his first name's Mike. Yes. And he bothered again. How did you find it? I got it wrong. I thought you said that you left it wrong. No, harmony spelled that in the thing. I thought mine was the same one. No, who was the harmony standard? James. Oh, my James. And one molested. Leticia. Tell me about the trip to Florida. I did not go to Florida. Pardon me? I did not go to Florida. You didn't go to Florida. I thought that you were after Gannon died. You said you were the one shot. I did not go to Florida. Why? Because Florida I go to Florida. To Florida? Because Leticia went with Gannon after he died. I had a What work did you do while they were in Florida? I was doing jobs. Like what? Taking care of other people. Really? Getting rid of them? You know? What? I'm gonna have money. I think a lot of money. I really do. I'm money laundering. How do you walk away? Through what? I can tell you. You've seen us. Have you ever killed anyone? In Mexico. Yeah, I snapped on his neck. Who? Someone who was going to Leticia. Who is someone who was going to Leticia. Hold him. Hurt him. Who? What is it? John was going to go around and John was going to. So you've really been her defender for a long time. Yeah. Nothing, of course, for that. Not too many do that. It's the dark one. Do you have family? I don't need them. Did you remove them? They all died. Really? You should know this. What? You think I would go around protecting people going in without having a backstory? What's that story? You don't say. So, why did Leticia take and out? She did not. How much she did? No, she did not. What makes you say? Because I already know you. I mean, you did not know. I mean, you did not know. As I understand it, was down there. I mean, you're wrong. I think apparently you're wrong. Oh, well, that to me, you do not know. Pardon me, you do not know. No. Do you know? I know people. Yeah. Why did she get rid of Gannon's body? She did not do that. Who did? Did you? No, not people, like I said. Or I know not people, like I said. So did you get something? So you got something to like I said, I know. Tell me, after Gannon was shot, how did consider getting into what was a kid?
how did she manage to? If I didn't get to the hospital. But him, she was not small. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Lena tried to help her. Really? Was he in the bed when he came? And of course Lena was there. And what did Lena do? She helped carry him to the car. What did they call? No, she was sleeping. She was what? She was a child. They grew up. No, not a picture. But she see blood. She wondered why there was blood everywhere. Yeah. So she wasn't there when you shot off from sleeping. She stayed asleep. It's my understanding that you shot off the man with the cave. Is that correct? Correct. Did it turn out to be again? Not later. How did it happen later? How did it turn out again later? Later on, it was happening. But it was supposed to be. I didn't get it. I had to figure out what to do with it later. Once it was Gannon, figure out how to do it. To call some friends, for the puppies and some moms, figure it out, you know. So there were 2 people. No, I had to call some friends to help me out, you know. You had to call some friends to help me out to do what? To get into the body. Where's the man in the cave? We don't have a man in the cave. I thought it was the man in the cave. It's not. It was again. But after the do you have any idea why? Yeah, in your recollection, you were at the time. Seemed to be a man in the cave. That's wonderful. We just like figure out the news. Here, Leticia showed that Gannon was on that blanket, right? Do you see Gannon on the blanket? Do you think that he could have stood up and put the blanket around him so that he looked like the man? There could be a possibility, but to me it was a key. But to me it was a key. Yeah, but I was wondering if that it turned out to be Gannon. And you meant to only shoot a man with a gate. What did you think he was doing? What to shoot? He's going too far, but he's the other. I think that purpose. And then it was here. Rather than man be in their house with me. No. Do you allow man in normal to be? I think that the person had a man with a gate. Or did you prove her now as normal? That I didn't know. Probably wrong, like no. When did you write to people to study? You mean he was shooting? Correct. Special training. In my past. Who were you in your past life? Already told you I can't tell you about my family. And that would tell me if you told me about your past life. Can you put me in touch with somebody who could tell me about why they took Gannon to Florida? Tell me some of the reasoning behind it. Because I have Leticia first. You have to contact Leticia. Yes. That's not a long job. So if somebody were to tell me that Leticia with someone else perhaps put her in the car and went to Florida, would I be protected from that? Getting her in trouble? I cannot get her in trouble. I have to protect her first. Yeah. Sociopath. If you not have emotion intelligence, I have to protect her first. Doesn't matter who it is in the end. We're not going to cry with What happened? What is going to do? Eliminated the person. How do you feel about talking with me? Are you a director? Am I what? Are you a director? Oh, what? A director? Dirt? So, threats. A threat. You're a director. This. Yeah. I do my best to help. So I do. And then but if I had emotions, I can cry. You can cry. You lose your power. So if I add myself to you, get rid of the body, it's easy to do. That's all. Can Leticia well? Sometimes she tried to come home and she cannot. But when did you first come to Leticia? A very long. How old was she? Maybe 16. 15, 16. It's about that long. She's pretty old. What was going on with her when you came? She didn't have to listen. Pardon me? She didn't have to listen. That doesn't quite explain why you came. She gets herself in a lot of trouble. When thing came over, she worked herself into where she was in the back. Yeah, and what she did. Then I have to communicate effectively. Yeah. Gets herself in one of the problems she should be involved in. She's covered. What was going on with her thing was you say that you help her. So there must be something she needed help with. What's that? You sizing me up? Interesting. You don't really know. I don't know what. You don't really know what's going on. No, I can kind of wonder if she has a lot of mistreatment by men. So it certainly makes me wonder if someone was mistreating her. Is that? Do you really know why she doesn't like drugs? Why she is? You do really know why she doesn't like drugs? Why she does? Why she doesn't like drugs? Oh, why she doesn't like drugs? I have no idea. Why doesn't she like drugs? Because their stepdad trying to start selling them drugs. Yeah. Selling her. Selling her for drugs. Oh, geez. Which is now who's it? James the jackets and selling her. They tried to, but it did not succeed. That's right. What was that, Ranger? He was making her drive around the car and getting drugs for him. But to try to get her Spanish her drugs. His nephews. Did she not do? Did she? No, she did not. Did she? She didn't know us to have the board. She hit him with a board. Who? James. When you saw a boy, when the man was with the king, he had a hole at the top of his head. What I was wondering is if you were anything, I didn't mistake him or see, hit him on the head with a board or with something. He hit his head and broke.
He hit his head on what?
On the floor.
On the floor? I don't think you've seen the,
Picture of like he hit his head on the floor. There was a baseboard in the floor and the wood.
you have to jump up something.
It was on the floor. There was baseboard sticking out on the floor. That's where he hit his head. Just trying to tell you this happened. That's what happened. He hit his head on the baseboard on the floor.
Doesn't fit.
Okay, let's just go back.
Look at the picture.
He hit his head.
On top of this guy.
I don't know if that's all that is.
You love who you are.
That's all it means.
So, James, we're going to sell Leticia. When she was a teen. What would you do?
He laid down cocaine.
Yeah.
When she was driving around with the cocaine.
He didn't drive either.
There's kids in the family.
Food. Yeah.
There's babies in the back.
Why are you begging for that?
She has siblings.
So,
Leticia has siblings.
didn't understand.
Leticia has siblings in the back seat.
She said that, so she didn't.
Julie.
How old was she?
I don't remember how she was. I wasn't there since we had it.
How long did she have to? What did you do, son? James,
For the year.
and then,
Beat him with a board.
and so
She beat him with a board and he found
she beat James's board. Where,
in his home. He's with
when, did he die?
No, James was a man. But he did not know anymore.
Was it really you? Yeah. What makes you what? Because it did not do it anymore. So you had to do that every time.
Came to sleep. Took on board. Went to sleep, I took on board, just beat away on. They say you don't know what pain and drunk or when we're high. At least you had room to show for it.
How about, public trainings?
That was me.
That was trainings.
Yeah, of course.
And that was when,
I was trying to follow everybody's hand.
something surreal. Very exciting around that time. It was, people got confused. Who was the person for the queen? You know, say Leticia.
James wore our capes. James wore our capes.
James wore a lot of things.
He's darker and stuff.
Did he expose himself? Why?
You don't really have the capes because he thought he was a hero.
He thought it was his superhero.
He was brown nose. He was far from the
Parliament divided, you know. And so I didn't follow go along when they were going to Florida. Parliament went along with her, did she? No, isn't she? I think she did. What? I think she did. I think she did. Yeah. How did she? Nothing. She not. Did you know that Gannon was in that? No. Don't know Gannon about no one. Someone else help. Someone else help. I read the country like all different people to know. I don't know why this is hard for you to understand. Really? From what I understand, you see, you're over there to Florida. And then after she got rid of the suitcase, and she said, "Did not do that. I already told you I had someone else to do that." Well, whoever, but was put Gannon in her suitcase and kept him there, and then went to Florida. And then tossed him off the side of the bridge. I get it, it's like that, yeah, and she did not do that. And I had someone else to do that. I already told you that. I think that's someone else. One time, I already told you, but I think he knew that she wasn't aware of it. But she was down in Florida. Of course she was. So what was she doing? But she was going to go to Florida. She was going to move to Florida. She was going to move there. She won. That's her same place. I don't know who we must go back on. Do you think she'll tell me? I don't know, maybe if you let her, then I think we can let her. What would you get away from? I mean, that's good. And I don't know. And if he was in everyone, he was in the students. Since she's in the Florida. Yes. You know, usually you don't have any notes. That is Leticia about what happened to get. I've been trying to go to every day of my life. You stop. And she wants to kill herself because of what happened to her every day. Oh, my. You got to push yourself down the tunnel. Push yourself down the tunnel. This is cheap. There's multiple things involved in things. Does it mean that they had really hard most of her head over it? If she does to fill some, would you make a deal with me and keep her safe and not let her? Or was somebody everything? Is all her part. How old is she? Started with saving the food. I started with Visine. Visine and for food. The boys ever said? Here. And what happened? Did they find it? No, but they didn't even. Pardon? Another they found him. Another they did. They tell. No, they did not snitch.
It's probably poison. Should I be jump all the way up there? To jump all the time too? Yes. And what happened? I didn't. And what did you jump? Would you just throw it down a little bit? Where did you, I threw it down the step? Yeah. So that she would hurt herself. Why did she hurt herself? Yeah. Why would you think so? You got someone like me who doesn't care, don't care whatever people. This is for good. She has someone like her, but she thinks that she did it, right? You know, someone like her, don't hurt. Yeah. So, yeah. Maybe he had very helpful. Here, how do you do it? I was driving to run out of someone else's hand. Yeah. You know, someone really good shoe on. You? Oh. Perfect. I did the drill. But I was looking back at shots. Well, how did you feel? Who's in the cake was Gannon. It's not, my first thought was to get rid of the bottom. My first thought is to get rid of the bottom. The shoe versus the correct. And incorporating. And they. I don't need my social life. I don't carry my social life. Cinch on my socials. And probably. So did about too, you know. I think you read a lot. No, I don't read it all. You don't read it all? No. So where do you get your kind of psychiatric conclusion? So I did. And I'm not trying to brush over him. Really? Long time ago. Different life. How many months? There's a professional we should find that out. Are you? Yeah. You know, it seems to me that sometimes when you want to do right, like you seem to hear about Leticia, that your thinking is kind of wacky. And she gets blamed for stuff that is really pretty wrong. No, it's very rarely. This is pretty serious. What are my odds? They're very, very slim. But the good always the bad one. What if you tell me the good parts? You take it over for me. From the very beginning, I saved her life multiple times. The good outweighs the bad. If I had not done those things, she would not even be here today. So why does it matter? If I make a mistake, why does that matter? I may have special powers, but I'm not perfect. Was the outfit? Oh, I mean, this is a. Right. Do you think I had to make a mistake? I think. Do you think I had to make a mistake? You. Do you think I had to make it when I make a mistake? No. I can't understand everything. I have to make it when I make a mistake. Yes. Do I like living when I'm going to living? Do you? No. So what do you do yourself? Try hard this time. But you say that the good you've done has correct. When she was in, what did you? I didn't start helping her until she's a while. I didn't start helping her until she was a woman. How old was she? Still a teenager. And what did you do? I took her from James. And how did you do that? He could her in the pool one time when she could not swim. And said, he threw her in the pool when she could not swim. He threw her in the pool when she couldn't swim. She could swim really, really good, but she had cracks. Leg cracks. Yes, he did. How do you say it? Or her leg elbow. She would float. Did you? And he threw her in the pool. Tell me, where does anyone else know about this? Like the pool. And Brenda went there to Pearl's house. I'm sorry? Brenda went to Pearl's house. Brenda, we all went. I don't know Brenda. I don't know him. I don't think so. Who's Brenda? She's kind of Leticia. She's kind of Leticia. She tells her. Does she sometimes take over? No, Brenda's family. Do you know any Brenda?
Yeah, that's for the teacher's dad.
And she says that Brenda has been helpful. He went to go to Pearl's house. Pearl's house is where they got Pearl. And do you know Pearl?
No.
And that's where she saw her. And it was for James Carl. So who would know that? It's like, maybe I speak to Pearl. Can you do that? Do you know Pearl?
We don't know.
Where?
I don't know.
We don't know what you do. Okay.
I can ask Grace.
And she lives in Georgetown, so they're going to know what he does. Stay there. He laughed and thought it was funny. Even he's crazy. He's dead, right? So he was great. Of course. What else did you know? You're in the car and tried to kill herself. When was that? What is that? Tell me about the car. She tried to kill herself and she learned how to get a free. And did you do anything to help? What did you do? I helped her get out of the car. Get out of the car to safety. But what do you do when she wants to kill herself? She's important that she must live. So she tried to kill herself and she thought she saw anyone in her car. She saw her ex-husband in the car. Was he with her? She thought she already saw him. Really? So she told him that he. Who knows her? She's very old before you came. Who knows about her? Does anyone know her? Who's this again? I don't know. She had friends. But I have friends when she was in. Why did you Because she did not have any. She did not have everything. She didn't have a weapon. Maybe no one might remember. There you have another info. Yep. Yep. And you? I didn't think that. Of what? What they did. Ready to the other now tell me. Did you kill him? No. But not what reaction to? Sounded fun. So you have lots of secrets. It's kind of understanding. You know, this time it looks as if Leticia's going to get the blame for stuff that you were involved in. I'm so predictable. How are you protecting? So many of her girls. And so, what's going to try to work for us to protect her? And how do you protect her from taking the lead in all of this? That can't hurt her. It doesn't cause her physical pain. Is that the only kind of pain you protect her from? Yes. What about mental pain? I can control that. It's interesting. And you two have limits. Can we do anything for you? No. Think about it. It's a pretty good call. Yeah, ask these people here if they have any questions. I don't answer to them. Let me see the last one. Do you have anything you'd like me to ask?
Who are the people that helped get Gannon in Florida?
That helped.
Who, that, how did Gannon get to Florida?
What's that?
Special right. What is the question?
Who helped Gannon get to Florida?
I called some friends that I already told you.
Of them.
I called some friends that I already told you.
Well, I remember they asked her. And then she went up to Seth Rowan.
Who is she?
TC.
I told you my involvement in this.
I'm sorry.
I already told you my involvement in this, and I don't can tell you who I called.
Why?
This is important.
Well, it's
That's what he already said she would take the blame for that, but I'm not going to tell you who was involved.
Well, aren't we making taking them with that?
That has something to do with me.
Because they may charge Harley, there's something you can charge with Harley.
how do you feel about it, Harley?
That has something to do with me, ma'am.
I'm just asking you how you feel about it.
Except that he's here.
Even from Harley.
Excuse me?
Even from Harley.
I will visit Carly if she needs me to, but I will still visit Leticia.
You would protect her.
Her.
You did someone toss Garrett out of the car? You want to unwise that.
There wasn't trying to toss him out. I never said that.
They were trying to,
They were not trying to toss him out.
what were they trying to do? What do you think? Sister belongs, we were like,
They were not trying to toss him out.
but he went.
So you want me to give you a greater say what the person told me? Even though I'm not gonna get it for what?
Yeah, so what did you hear?
Person was angry because they didn't have the money. to get rid of the body.
Yeah.
There you go.
With the, for money,
Correct. It would have been disposed of the, no,
so what would it be? It's still up there.
the money didn't come out also. Like I said, I'm not giving names, so the money did not come out.
So as far as you know, she went to Florida to have other people.
She was not in the right mind. She did not do what she was supposed to do to get the money.
She was not in her right mind. What kind of state with you?
I don't know how to control the things.
Well, you said she wasn't in her right mind either.
Because I told her to do something and she did not do it.
What'd you tell her?
She was supposed to be the guy to get the money.
Yeah.
And she did not do that.
What did you do instead?
She was pretty driving wrong routes. It was not the correct route she was supposed to drive. No, the correct, okay, she was supposed to be in the right place. She did not need at the right place.
Okay, so it's the wrong route.
Correct.
Yeah. So it was, no big deal was on.
Correct.
But
But
then
I made it.
you made the deal and where couldn't even stop. But still, I don't think she did get rid of the bottle. She trusted.
I just told you, she did not need the people. People are here, they did not have their money.
I know, but somebody tossed the body out of the car.
Correct. And they didn't have their money. There was no money.
Did they toss the body?
Yes, she never had the body.
Maybe she never.
She did not take the body to guard down.
Who took the body out of the car?
You just asked me this question.
Yeah.
They're not accepting the truth.
Well, I'm confused.
Okay. They're not accepting the truth. She never had the body. So she tried to stupid.
But there's,
There was no thing, there was no evidence of her having the bodies there.
wasn't there evidence? No, suitcase wasn't a big,
That's not evidence of her having the body from her missing time.
no.
The suitcase with the body, according to Harlan, was in the van.
No, that's the thing.
That's what Harlan says.
Well, I don't know what this is.
And then the suitcase was found a mile away from the hotel that she was staying in.
She did not think it was 2020. There was no bill. The people did not meet.
And again, you know, like that's fine.
There was no fighting.
No, they cuts.
There was no love.
There were cuts.
I don't know anything about it. She asked me here. That's not.
It's
Something personal, you know. I don't know anything about it. I don't know what it is.
That's a fact.
so there's stuff that even you don't know.
I don't know this. I did not cut anyone. I don't. I don't know. Yeah. I did not cut anyone.
No, that's somebody hit him with something. That's a cut. That's the bull.
I already told you about the bullet.
That's somebody hit him with something.
When you shot them,
I already told you that.
when you shot them, did you know that?
I already told you that. I know it was like what? I already told you.
You did not.
Correct. And I thought it was something.
Yeah, but who was it? Did you think it was the devil?
No, and I know words, and then straight right and keep the answer you wrote down.
Yeah.
So we have a second foot.
But person, no, I did. No, no, no. How did you feel when you realized it was Gannon?
I told you I did not know it, and I know that I recognized it. And I told you I did not have emotions, no, I did.
I don't
Well, they didn't say. But sure they. No, I think they can do that. I don't have babies. One of the feelings that I wanted to. I don't have babies about that. I didn't say nothing. I'm sorry that it happened for Leticia. Well, because of her. And if she's upset, I'm upset. She's upset. You know, it's such a underneath that, trying to put me. You do. You're acting with you, and you're so good at stereotypes. Bedroom. But I think that if you feel better when that things happen to Leticia. Yeah. Maybe. It's a good sign, you know. It's a good sign. Do you know anyone who knows why they didn't have to father and who helped carry the? Do you know anyone who could help you? No, why didn't I brought it? I told you I didn't. I told you I didn't. Because of these people, but I mean, do you know who, like, who helped carry the? You do. She already told you that she will take the child after that. She already told you. You don't understand. She cannot help you with people are. You don't understand how serious that is. You think this is a joke? Look, it's not a joke. Those are petty charges. Do you think this is a joke? That is a, you cannot tell on these people. I don't think you guys are understanding how serious that is. You mean they would kill me? You don't understand. It's not funny. It's not made up. It's not a delusion. It's for real. The money wasn't there. You can't snitch. I don't understand why you don't get that. Can you tell me what's in Leticia family? Who involved with research? It's not family. What is wrong with you among friends? Do you think she went around a teaching salary? What is wrong with you people? What else do you think she was doing? You think it was legal? And so that's how she got off line. Do you really think it was legal? You don't want me to sit here and talk with us? No. Okay. Okay. She didn't do bad things to bad people, to good people, bad people, none of those. I know. She's definitely not going to tell you. Yeah. She's not going to definitely tell you that. Most other people die. No. That's a part of the peace that you cannot ever know. Because when they happen, do you get a judge for the situation?
No.
Because I think I'll say that you guys live in a perfect world, and it's kind of the perfect world. It's not a game. I don't do games. Games are stupid. But you're saying that there are very powerful people behind. Absolutely. When it comes to that part, absolutely. Give me answer to what you want to cover. But I would never give you answers. Cannot. Well, we don't really like to know. A lot of we just want to know how. Yeah.
got into these gigs. Who assisted you? It's not strong enough to do all that. So,
Because I'm strong enough.
so maybe, but
Maria has enough power to see me. When I see the muscles I have.
so you're saying that you could not.
I can do anything.
Do you have any other questions about this?
Do you know anybody who could help without getting that cut?
Remember this concept. Okay.
Yeah, it cuts on his hands and his arms and his chest.
And he's back. You don't have patient as a bad opinion.
No.
You promise.
Absolutely.
He had enough in his head. Then I didn't know it was him. I was someone in the cave. I just saw him over the night. I invited him to ask what's going on. That's why I love his service. He wasn't a bad king. He won't be in the bad.
You say here,
Yes.
what kind
So,
of apartment?
stigma.
The kitchen line?
Yes.
How do you get it?
I don't know, but I didn't know he had it inside. It's for a lady. It's for a person in a lady. I was down to
How do you do this?
start and stop doing this. Pulling the gun southeast.
You pulled it with a gun and then
But all away with the gun sideways moving off. Service. That's us. If I was to shoot him, kill him.
what you with the gun.
I got him.
You dropped it out and it was ever found.
I don't know. But that
Do you know? Was it found?
was probably in the picture.
They weren't necessarily looking for that, because they didn't know that he had the cuts on him. He was about a month and a half.
Had they noticed or we would, but I hope that they noticed blood on the thing. Probably.
Yeah.
Yes.
Who could have worked that?
Everyone. Because if the other guy said it was Gannon. And she was screaming, screaming. We have to listen to that. Clean the room, she was speaking that. If we do all that, nothing ever happened. It's not real. This didn't really happen. If we just clean it all up, this didn't really happen. She just fix it, make everything back pretty the way it was, nothing ever happened, it was real. And she said, we have to go to the hospital, we have to go to the hospital.
Yeah, and
And she was trying to take him to the hospital, and Lena was picking up his body, and he went to the hospital. So Lena was taking the body instead, and that's what it's taking. Lena,
Is that me?
Lena was taking the body to go upstairs to the hospital. It was just laying there.
Who was making that sound?
God was making this sound. Trying to breathe. It was trying to be able to breathe. They had out because could not breathe.
She was,
They didn't seem to take it off.
so she didn't mean for him to be dead.
No. How did I?
Or did you, when you shot the gun, who did you?
There was Irish. And no,
Who did you say first?
when he came back, I was talking.
Because you recognized it.
No, it was a really call big.
Did you think it was James?
Thought it was someone in the cave. You could have been a monster. Anyone.
Who was the one who kept, case?
James.
James, yeah, but
I think it was James.
The big party.
pardon?
Big party.
I still don't understand.
Harvey thought it was James.
What,
Did Harvey come out?
That's the baby crying was for me.
the baby from,
It's party.
Did Harvey hit him with anything?
I don't think so. Shit, I don't know.
so
Nobody told her. Nobody told her at all.
But with Harvey trying to hurt James?
but he was a little baby.
She's 10. Nobody was trying.
Her question might seem odd. You know, I don't know, but, as you were. Remember you.
Was not with her.
Yeah. The reason I'm asking is, it is very, very, very common for someone who stands for all things Leticia. So, because they usually start. Much of their lives, they hear a big cry. Sometimes they'll, I think you saw, don't know if he referred to baby, but he was always crying and alien did. But very many people early on toward forever time here with. And it's interesting, she said, have I never heard the name Harmony? What did
Can we talk to him?
what
Can we talk to him?
You have to ask Leticia.
people, or you go back to New York City, when you,
There's going to be so mad at me.
permanent.
She's going to be so mad at me.
I
No, she'll be so mad at me.
why would you that
You
you
know what? She didn't want me to tell you that the other night. She didn't want me to tell you because she doesn't want me to be treated as bad way.
You must have felt the need of it. And indeed, even
Why did he have a knife?
Sometimes I got the night when you think it was like. It's like that. Do you reckon she's so words?
Would he ever like he was gonna hurt me?
No, he would say he's so different than me. He's so too fascinated for it. Even though it's the guy who for that.
for the night.
And then he's about a month ago, I tried to get him up for it. So she's working last week. So she didn't want anyone to know that. She didn't want anyone to know
Well,
it. It's all good is that we need else. I didn't know I think it was bad, it was not bad. Still easy, what happened? Yeah. Again, it's my only is regular, like Spanish practice just to grab a weapon and someone. Right. What is this? She's never going to work on him. She'd never work on him. Here that's what is this thing like to be able to share?
Stop the tape. It's the time,
Okay.
so that we can get some questions.
Okay.
Yeah. Dr. Lewis, how are you doing? Yeah, you want me to help you?
I got it.
Okay.
Did you want to turn the TV up? And I'll turn the lights back on.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Lewis, I want you to do the best you can just to answer my questions so we can get through this quickly, okay? Is that fair? This Latin confession that you talked about in the beginning, you lost that, right?
And I don't know where it is.
Even though you asked to have copies done, you never found that confession again. Correct?
I was unaware of it. So it was on.
Okay. Now, do you still think, having watched this video, that it was a good idea to have Mr. Cellini in there with you?
Yeah.
You think it's appropriate for Mr. Cellini to plant the seed with the defendant that it was James that she actually shot?
I don't think that he planted any seeds. I don't think that she came up with that. I think that I appreciated watching all of it was how extremely confused it was, how big it was. I think that it did help for him. It's so complicated for someone who knew much more of all of the details.
It helps his theory. And when he asked, do you think it was James? That helps the theory of the defense, right? That somehow she mistaken a little 11-year-old boy for the stepson that's been, or the stepfather that's been dead since 2004.
I'm not aware that this is his theory.
Can you explain why at one point the defendant could not see or hear Mr. Cellini? He had to repeat a question that Mr. Cellini asked. And then when Mr. Cellini asked about Harley, she answered it no problem. How does that happen? Did that not go as according to script?
I don't know what the script is or what you're referring to. I don't know why it's, what meaning that has. Who did not know what had happened.
When she was pretending to be Maria, she said, "I can't see them." Do you recall that?
I don't recall pretending to. Have, by the way, seen a couple of cases where in one iteration or and either blind or also true sensation.
And then she was somehow cured and could see him and answer questions, no problem.
This happens. It is well described.
It's fluid.
Literature, and I've only seen it.
Why did you ask the defendant if she thought it was a devil or a demon?
simply wondering else, what did you do?
Looking for evidence of psychosis, perhaps?
Oh, I am not looking for evidence of anything. I'm trying to understand what she perceived. Because I know no evidence that she hated Gannon, so that she harmed her in any way that I could find a precipitating cause. I wondered, since it is fairly common for people kind of dangerous or frightening thing, it apparently have some notion of some creature in a cave, that it was neither here nor there to find out did she see something different, and it did not seem to affect what she said. She clearly does not know clearly what was going on in her.
Or she just doesn't want to tell you, right? She just can't bring herself to tell you what she did to Gannon, could she?
Well, but I think that you're correct that she, something about what had happened there that is unacceptable psychologically. I question about it. She did it.
Well, and here's what I want you to consider, okay? This whole story about her acting in self-defense and Gannon having a knife and she thinking that it's crazy ass James or whatever the heck his name is, and shoots him. And then it turns to self-defense. And it turns into someone gets rid of the body. It's just her not being able to tell you what she did to Gannon. Is that true?
Cannot tell us what she did.
And here's the flaw in your theory.
What is my theory? I'm not sure.
The theory that she had a different personality and Maria, the sociopath, did this murder, okay?
No.
You can't explain,
No,
doctor.
that is
You
not my
cannot.
theory. Do not.
Well, what's your theory? You're saying she's legally insane.
Yes, my really psychiatrically ill, and that she hallucinates, that she's delusional, and that her line of thinking is confused, addled, and frightened, and but I don't have a particular theory that she killed this person for that reason.
Why didn't you ask her about why she gave Gannon an excessive amount of hydrocodone?
I didn't know that she gave that.
Do you think that's important?
Only if I know for sure she gave somebody that.
You read the autopsy report. You know it's there.
I know that he had this. I don't know who gave it to him. I've seen many cases where children have excessive amounts of poisonous things in their food, but there are many different reasons for it.
Your Honor, those are my questions. Thanks. I have no further questions for this witness.
Your Director, I'll try to go. Dr. Lewis, how are you? We're gonna rehash everything, but I do want to clear up just a couple of things with you. One, in regards to the EEG and the emails that were shown to you. As far as you saying that let's hold off on doing the EEG. That was at that point in time, then you indicated that you wanted to do the evaluation first. Recall that from the emails?
Well, that there were other things to do, and it was not something to get hung up on at that moment.
At that point in time. And then in a report that you did for the court on February 12th, in that report, you put down the need you thought for both an MRI and an EEG, correct?
Correct.
And you recall in relation to this court, the issue being that this court would not give us any more time to get those things done. Be relating that to you.
I'm going
What
to
I
object, Your Honor.
heard was that the court
Sustained.
refused. I was told.
Yeah, I have an objection.
Stop.
Okay.
The objection was sustained. The witness will stop responding to a question when an objection has been sustained. The jury will disregard the witness's answer. You can ask another question.
All right. Moving on to some of the other stuff. the district attorney on his cross insinuated some stuff that the motive for killing Gannon was somehow that Ms. Stauch wanted to move to Florida. Does that make any rational sense?
Not to me.
Can you think of any way that brutally murdering Gannon would enable her to move to Florida? Can you think any sense how that would fit into any plan to move to Florida? Does that make any rational sense whatsoever? If the definition of insanity in Colorado is that a person is incapable of distinguishing right from wrong with respect to an act, would that change your opinion on Ms. Stauch being legally insane at the time of Gannon's death? That last part that we were there, the interview, that was the last.
Can't repeat what Mr. Bellini has said, but maybe you should move to your next question, and I can see where you're going.
Was there ever any attempt by myself saying I need by myself to try to get her to say something specific or some type of theory or anything like that I had done with you? Okay. If you were aware that those videotapes were all going to be turned over to the district attorney, you're also aware that I have had years plus of confidential communications with Ms. Stauch. Are you aware of that?
I've seen it.
And if I was going to do something unethical, as they seem to be implying, wouldn't it make, I would have just been able to do that confidentially instead of on an open video.
I'm going to object to that form of question.
Sustained.
If I was trying to feed her a story, it wouldn't make any sense for me to do it in that setting where it's recorded, would it?
No.
In any of the materials or anything else that you have looked at, is there any other rational explanation as to why Ms. Stauch did this other than the psychotic episode? Any type of motive?
I'm unaware of any or any motive that makes any sense. Why he became a victim, what happened?
The state hospital has diagnosed her with borderline personality disorder. Are you aware of that?
Yes.
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of cross.
Oh,
Are there similarities between borderline personality disorder and DID?
Yes, they are.
What are some of those similarities?
Well, there are many similarities. The reality, what is real, what is real. Difference in ability to way between or you.
If Ms. Stauch had sometime in the years preceding this event had Googled, "I don't like my stepson," will that possibly explain the rage in which this homicide occurred?
I don't know.
Yes. Are you still firm in your opinion, your expert opinion, based upon almost well over 50, 60 years of practice, that in your expert opinion, Ms. Stauch was insane at the time of the death?
Objection, asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you learn, have you learned lots of things over your experience in interviewing and evaluating people with DID? Over the, what, 40, yes, over 40 plus 50 years. Have you learned at picking up on subtle cues? Have you learned, or on your experience, that is it unusual for alters to have almost fantasy type lives?
I would say it's a definition of the. It is a fantasy.
Are, in your experience, are the alters perceiving reality as a rational person would?
Thinking of oneself as someone other than the everyday person that we need to know. This is a fantasy, often a very changing, different, altering kind of entity. It's not a consistent, a typical life history with ordinary relationships and family ties that go on. As you saw here, it can vary within the period of time you're talking with.
Absolutely. And Dr. Lewis, we're getting close to the end of the day. Is there anything last that you think is really important for this jury to know or understand about your diagnosis?
That what you call it. What you call it is so much less important than what you understand about it. What you understand about it is that this individual has been living a psychotic life unrelated to reality, related to the way you or I or the rest of us experience reality, that it changes. It has been often diagnosed as schizophrenia when people question whether association has many of the signs, symptoms, behaviors as what we call schizophrenia. Visual, their very odd relationships, inability to sustain going. I don't care, call it, but it is psychosis with dissociative. It's that the person is living psychotic life and stimuli that by and large are typical of her, that not stimuli that the rest of us perceive.
I have an objection based on the last answer with regards to what we received in her scope of her that had been stricken.
Mr. Tellini?
I mean, I think that was in her report, and she was expounding on what she had seen in the video and what was going on.
Well, I'm going to allow it. I'm also going to end this answer.
Okay. And then lastly, Dr. Lewis, just one other question that I had. Would it then, if somebody was suffering that type of mental illness, would it be possible for a daughter who has been with them most of her life not to be aware of it?
That's a tough question because to be aware of it would respond a whole. I can answer Not to be aware of it. To be aware of the term dissociation, not to be able to conceptualize psychosis. That, of course, is possible, but just to say not to be aware of it. For certain psychiatrists.
All right. Thank you, Dr. Lewis. All right. Do any of the jurors have any questions for Dr. Lewis? Looks like we have passed all of them forward and retrieve those and counsel approach, please.
So right now, we're just waiting on the juror questions. Yeah, I don't hear anything either, Deanna. I think that they're muted because I can't hear anything from their actual stream other than seeing Dr. Lewis talk. I don't know if their microphones are off or what's going on here. Yeah, I just went and checked other streams and it's not just us. They literally have all the volume off at the most important part. Right, Renee? Bring Dr. Lewis's son back in. Unbelievable that there's no volume. Hmm. Yeah, the jury questions are probably the smartest things we were going to hear all day long. I don't think it's us at all, but I'm going to exit WebEx and then reload it real quick. So it's going to come down for just a minute. Yeah, and I'm sure they've all tried to exit out and back in as well. But I'll try it anyway, just in case. Sorry, my arm was in front of the microphone. All right, so I exited it out and went back in, and there is still no volume. I hate to shut it down just because volume might come back on at any time. I don't want to miss something. Most likely, Dr. Lewis is still on the first question. Oh, funny, not funny. My guess is we're not missing much, but those jury questions are pretty important. So frustrating. Like, we literally sat through all of this today. Is that the extent of your lip reading, Deanna? um, what he's actually wanting to say is stop. We have 4 more questions. Yes, absolutely. The star witness. Well, what I'll do, Peacock told me about somebody on Twitter that is actually in the courtroom. So tonight, I'm sure she'll post more. And I'll take a look at what she has to say and maybe message her. See if we can figure out what all we missed today. And then I'll just give you guys a rundown in the morning before they start. Loverboy attorney there probably rocked his chair right over the cord that controls the volume. Oh, yeah, no, there's no court tomorrow, Deanna. Sorry. So, Friday. The good news is we won't be hearing from Dr. Lewis much longer, even though we didn't hear half of what she said to begin with. C card. Oh, shit, you guys are funny. Right? Maybe the judge muted it for our benefit. But sure as shit, I'll turn this off and the volume will come back on and there'll still be like 10 juror questions left. So I hate to do that. He would, Sam, and the judges even said so. That don't be rearranging furniture in my house. Yeah, I don't know how much it's worth to go back and rewatch any of today, to be honest. If I were to pick a most important part, it would be the prosecution's ending of their cross examination of Dr. Lewis. It did a pretty good job, especially in comparison to the defense. And in fact, I'll clip that part and upload it this evening. So it was pretty good. Oh, don't worry about moving the mic, Judge. We can't hear you anyway, buddy. Hey, Tiffany, no. What Dakota said was that he asked her, he saw her struggling with the weight of it, and so he asked her if she needed any help with it and what was in it, and she said softball stuff and that she didn't need any help. But it was a red flag. That was it, softball equipment. Oh, if T testifies, Deanna, I'll sit here for 2 more weeks and listen to that stuff. You know, that'll be crazy, crazy. Whatever the judge is saying, he's really passionate about it. Honeybee. Oh, thank goodness that witness is gone. Did you guys learn anything from her? I mean, in all honesty? He's saying don't do school, stay and weed, Dr. Ducks. It's funny how everybody makes up their names for people. Dr. Duck and Dr. Duck and Honeybee. Yeah, I think they're pretty done, and I don't think volume's coming back, but we'll just wait to see if fun breaks out. Otherwise, I feel like it was just a wasted day there. Of course, the jury being able to actually hear what was being said during that interview is important because we can hear it, they can. Oh, awesome. So my daughter just sent me somebody else on Twitter that said, seeing all your comments about the court losing audio, I'll try my best to summarize the jury questions and answers a bit later. So I'll pay attention to that for you guys. And in case you don't see it for yourself, I'll just go over whatever I'm able to find out about today. We'll go over Friday morning beforehand or during the morning. Teabag's boyfriend is so rude. He always does that, doesn't he? He always packs up first. Like he's out of there with his backpack. He's probably asking her something super important, like does she want to testify, and we're not able to hear the answer. Because luck. So what was I just saying about luck? Sure as shit. Leticia Stauch just informed the court that she will not be testifying on Friday. And we missed it. So it's pretty bad when even Leticia thinks the doctor did so much harm that she can't recover from it. So no testimony from Leticia. I'm actually surprised. But that prosecution would rip her up. Oh man. Yeah, exactly, Peacock. She saw what prosecution did to Dr. Duck and dipped. She thought they were as stupid and lazy as her lawyers. Yeah. Oh, they would have shredded her. So, sure wish we knew what he was saying. Wish we knew what was happening Friday. How long you guys think it'll take the jury? It looks like we're going to have an answer
Paragraph.
next week.
Let's do
Oh,
that
you're
too.
kidding me.
Right.
Okay, then you're right.
I think it's the way.
So
Oh my gosh, I'd like to
because
drop kick somebody.
I agree that's how they have to
Jeez.
do that.
Right.
But I think it starts out with, if you found the defendant guilty of one or more, I think that relates to Roman numeral 2. Your next paragraph is, if however you found the defendant not guilty of any one of the following charges, then sign Roman numeral 1. And that would be right, because Roman numeral 1 is the not guilty with the interrogatory on page 2. Guilty is Roman numeral 2.
Okay.
So
No problem making all the corrections, including the ones that you.
Okay. I'll
You want to give me a hard copy and I'll just make all the.
Yeah.
And email everybody?
yeah, that's fine.
I can approach.
Yep. Let's see, where was it? Here is the Roman numeral 1 and Roman numeral 2 issue. Here is the statutory language.
Now I judicial notice one as well.
Yes, please. And that should just be stock, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. There's the qualified witness.
Field records and so forth of regurgitation by Ms. Strobel.
Whatever you come up with.
Something together and send it to Balance.
Okay. Okay. All right. And then the only instruction that we'll still have an issue with, that we'll have to argue about, is you have a question or an instruction that says the question of the defendant's sanity or insanity has reference to her mental condition at the time of the alleged acts, the condition of the defendant's mind previous to the act charged, and since that time may be considered only to aid you in determining her sanity or insanity at the time of the acts charged.
And Your Honor, I'll take that out if defense counsel wants it out, or we can leave it in.
Put it in or out?
If you got good case law, that's a good instruction. I think we should keep it in.
I'm fine with it in, I think.
Okay. Just wanted, I think it's a correct legal state or correct statement of the law. So, okay. So take care of those, then, I want the attorneys here on Friday morning, 8:30. 830.
Directed at me.
Just making sure. So 8:30, and then we can talk about the jury instructions, and we should be in a position that maybe what can happen is rest instruction. And I will take a break before we start into the closings, because I think it's only fair that the jury consider it that way. So, okay.
Judge, the only final thing, those documents from Dr. Lewis, I'm fine with just uploading them. We've had, I don't know how you want them to be uploaded, if you want them to be suppressed or somehow protected, but we've had that issue in the past.
They're covered by CJD, I think it's 0905 or 0509. There's a Chief Justice directive that has to deal with that. And then there are internal regulations, because I'm assuming that it has to do with mental health. It should be uploaded as sealed.
So that's been the problem in the past, that when we've done that, then somebody has then unsealed them.
Okay.
And then they've gotten out. So that's why we've asked in the past for maybe the court to upload.
The easiest way to do, upload it, suppress it, let us know when you've uploaded it.
Okay.
Then we will change the status from suppressed to sealed, and and nobody else should be able to change it except us.
Okay.
That may be the difference, is that if the attorney's uploaded as sealed, maybe somebody else can change it.
I
But
think that's right. Yeah.
if you upload it as suppressed, let us know it's there. We'll change it to sealed. Then it should be fine.
Okay.
Okay. All right. All right. Thank you. Court will be in recess.
Is he going to whisper sweet nothings to her before they leave? He really went behind her chair and put his hands on the back of her chair. That, like, getting his backpack and stuff before, that's just so rude. Like, he wouldn't even do that in a classroom, let alone a court. All right, you all. So Friday, they said 8:30, Renee, because I did miss that part. If it's 8:30, we will be ready by 8:30 Mountain Standard Time then. Thank you guys so much for being here. I appreciate it. And I will do some research and find out from people that were in the court today and the media and stuff and find out exactly what we missed, because we really missed a whole lot. Couldn't understand, couldn't hear. Volume got cut off. What a mess. If you did miss it just a little bit ago, though, while the volume was off, Leticia said she will not be testifying. So that was important. And that's it. You guys, I'm tired. I'm hungry. But I appreciate you guys hanging out. Y'all are a ton of fun. And yeah. So if I don't go live tomorrow with a kind of a wrap up of today, then I will do that Friday morning. I got Maria's autograph. Let me send it snail mail from Chicago, and we still won't have known what Dr. Lewis has said. No doubt. All right, Deanna, good luck at your appointment. And I appreciate you guys. I'm sure you've already liked the video. If you haven't, please give it a thumbs up real quick. And if you're not subscribed, please do that as well. And if I don't see you guys tomorrow, then we'll be back Friday. We'll be back Friday morning. All right. Have a great evening. Enjoy your day tomorrow. And I'll see you guys soon. Bye-bye.